And Michael J. Michael is a DJ, an all-round gentleman and scholar. So he is, so he is, so he is. We have 16 people registered for this event. No idea how many people are going to show up. You kind of never know. But whoever's here will get the best of us, and you're going to enjoy it. We're going to be giving away prizes. You're going to be learning some stuff. Yeah, should be a fairly interesting few hours. What's been new for you, Heather? What's going on in your world?
It's been a busy January. I've had some sales calls and working on some proposals and it's been good stuff this month. How about you?
It's been, yeah, crazy busy, crazy busy. Couple of book launches happening right now. I've started writing another book. Like I need to do that, but yeah, I've started another book, so that's good fun. But yeah, just want to make life easier for people. You know, there are tools and there are strategies and there are things that you can do that get your goals. And
Yep.
you know, I'm here to spread the love, spread the good
Yeah.
stuff. Michael James, do say hello to us. I know you're lurking behind the camera there, but do say hello. And let me introduce to Heather. Heather Michael. Michael is a DJ extraordinaire and helped me out with a little problem I had last night because I thought, who can access music quickly? And I thought, hang on a minute, I know a DJ. Hey, Mr. DJ. And we've got Jenny coming in. We've got Martin coming in. Look at that. The party's starting already. Come on and join us. Come and join us. All the cool cats. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. All right. So while we're waiting on some folks to come in, I thought we will start off with a little bit of history. Quick history lesson in who am I and what gives me the right to be on here telling you a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah, I've dug out some tools here. My background is originally NLP and hypnosis. So I started off my self-employed career doing one-on-one therapy with people. Reason being, I hated my day job, absolutely hated my day job, could not wait to get out of it. And I had been to see Tony Robbins. I liked what he was doing. I had seen some NLP stuff done in demonstration form. I'd hunted around looking for different companies to train with. There was actually a company here in the UK, but I went to one of their annual conferences and I was not impressed. A lady was discussing her personal problems and all of her emotions bubbled up in the middle of the seminar. And all the trainers went, oh, and didn't know how to handle it. And I thought, really? You guys are supposed to be teaching other people to be professional helpers. And yet you're kind of like hesitant to go anywhere near your clients. So I took her to the back of the room and we did an intervention and we cleared the issue. And she came back and sat down looking strong and powerful and confident. And I just glared at the trainers thinking, you should have done that. You know, and guess what? I ain't training with you. And I ended up going all the way over to Hawaii, interesting enough. And if you're going to do a training course, Hawaii is the place to do it. And I ended up going over there 6 times to do some really high level stuff. Hawaii is my spiritual home. But yeah, I went self-employed full time in 1997. My first taste of doing stuff for yourself was I was editor of a fanzine. This is a superhero fanzine. How geeky am I? This is a superhero fanzine that we used to put together. I used to do some of the illustrations inside because I can draw, and I would collate all the different stuff. I would staple it and then get it printed and all that kind of good stuff. Eventually, it became a full color magazine. So this thing was available in shops around the world. And I got to go to Las Vegas and meet Stan Lee and interview him, the guy who started Marvel Comics. I met the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I actually sat opposite these guys in a room. It's very strange when you've got 4 guys in an animatronic costume talking to you. And that was my job. That was going to be my job. I was going to leave the day job. I was going to move down to Birmingham in the UK and be a full-time magazine editor. And a week after I made that plan, one of our colleagues decided to steal the whole business off of me. And all of a sudden, I discovered that we had a gentleman's agreement, and I was the only gentleman. So I was left with credit card debt. I was left with no job, and I had to literally go back to my job that I'd resigned from the week before, and eat humble pie and go back in. And I did not enjoy that experience. So I vowed that that would not happen again. So when I saw Tony Robbins and when I saw NLP and hypnosis and all that good stuff, my first priority was to apply it to myself. It never ever crossed my mind that I would work with another human being and do any kind of work with them. But what's funny is when you're sitting having dinner with your friends and one of the people in the room reacts to a spider, and we discover that this girl has a spider phobia. And I'm like, really? I've just learned the spider phobia cure. Let's go outside and find a spider. And she comes in 10 minutes later carrying one, saying, look at the eyes it's got. And all her family are freaking out because her family are going, you're phobic of spiders. How are you holding one, you know? And I was like, this stuff works. So I decided to set myself up as a self-employed therapist. I didn't even know what to call it. I hadn't done any training. I literally would have a book of NLP scripts and I'd put it behind me and I would say, so Heather, welcome to my office, which by the way was a hotel reception. I wasn't going to pay rent for a room, so I was in a hotel reception, found a quiet corner, unlimited coffee. How can I help you, Heather? Heather would tell me Heather's problem. And I would go, great, close your eyes. And I would find the appropriate script in the NLP book. And I would go, so make a picture, blah, 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 blah. And when you're ready, open your eyes. And the client would go, oh my God, it's gone. I'll go, really? You go, yeah, it's gone. And then we test it and it was gone. And I'm like, And I started doing that. And I was doing that for 2 years. This is my accounts. This is how sophisticated my accounts was. In fact, I'm probably breaking data protection rules here, but there are actually names and amounts on here. And 2 months after I left my day job, I was earning the same amount of money that I'd made 2 months earlier in my day job. So Mikey's here. So I'm 2 months self-employed in, and I'm making the same money as I've made in my job. And it continued to increase till eventually 2 months later, it was double. And I'm thinking, all the kind of business advisors and people that I'd spoken to, like you're supposed to speak to when you go self-employed, said you won't make it, you'll make a loss for the first 2 years. And I'm now 4 months in and I've doubled my income. And I'm working with who I want, when I want, for as long as I want. I'm thinking, I'm liking this. And depending on whether you like freedom or whether you like security, kind of determines which road you're going to go. I don't know if you've read Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki, but the whole thing about there are different ways to earn a living. And if you value security, you're probably going to be in a job. Although nowadays, is that secure? But if you value freedom, you're probably going to have your own business or a side hustle or work for yourself, right? Problem is, if you want freedom and you take a job, you've got security, but you don't have any freedom. If you go self-employed, you've got tons of freedom, but you don't have any security. So it kind of, I find that fascinating. I found the psychology part absolutely fascinating. So I decided to launch my own business, and that was full-time 1997, 2025. Here we are, still doing the same thing. However, I've gone up the ranks as an NLP trainer, NLP master hypnotherapist, which basically means I'm allowed to teach other people. Then I started doing workshops, and my income increased. Then I started writing books. I don't have my first book here, but I've written several books. I've got a book on AI that I wrote a month after ChatGPT came out. I used ChatGPT to write a book about ChatGPT. I wrote a book about business investing. I wrote a book called Lose Weight for Scotland, which is a weight loss book. What's funny about that book is clients will always ask me, is that the same girl? And I said, I'm good, but I'm not that good. No, it's not the same girl. I wrote a vampire novel, simply because vampire novels are popular. And I got really into book writing. And then I got into online course creation, and my income went up again. And then I started doing workshops and seminars, and my income up again. And I noticed that the more income streams I add to my bow, the more strings to my bow, the more money's coming in. And a lot of it is residual. So rather than me staggering from one client to the next and having a payday and then waiting for the next payday, I was able to have dripping roast income coming in every month. Amazon pays you every month. You could do a seminar and earn, I mean, one of my NLP courses, it was 44 people paying 2,000 each. Do the math. That's for a 7-day training. That's a good week. My best week, I think, ever, much like my best month ever was 20K. My best year ever was 150K. And that's just a one-man band, not really knowing what I was doing. So I decided I better go and get trained. I thought I should get trained. So I got trained and certified in NLP. I then got trained and certified in life coaching, because life coaching appeared in 2001 in the UK, or 2000 in the UK. I was standing in my therapy clinic where I rented a room, and there was a magazine sitting on the table. I think it was Natural Health magazine. And there was an article about this newfangled thing called life coaching. I thought, what's that? And at that time, it was all done on the phone. So you would talk to your coach on the phone for half an hour a week. And I thought I could easily add that to my repertoire. It's not that far removed from therapy, realistically. So I did training with Coach University, a chap called Thomas Leonard, who was probably the first ever coach training company. And then coaching, of course, exploded. And now you go to a networking event, half of them are coaches in the average room. And I love what I do. I love helping people. We now have AI. We have all sorts of things that we can do to take your knowledge and your skills and your academia and your lived experience and turn it into products and services, and you can monetize it. There's a thing that happened in Glasgow in Scotland. Let me just see if I have the actual book here. I thought I did, but I might not have it here. There was a rather unpleasant event happened in Glasgow, Scotland, a few years ago, called the Clutha disaster. And the Clutha was a small little pub, little bar on the corner of a street right beside the River Clyde, which is the main river that goes through the city. And on one fateful Saturday night, the pub was absolutely rammed wall to wall with people. A police helicopter was flying overhead, and it suddenly lost all power. Mm-hmm. And despite the pilot's best efforts to try and ditch it in the river, which was about 100 yards to the left, he didn't make it. And this pair of flying scissors came into the one-story bar right through the roof and did a massive amount of carnage. And a lot of people died that night. And one of the survivors, a guy called Michael, crawled out of the rubble, pulling a girl with him, gave her his jacket, and went home and went to work the next day, because that's what you do. There was no counseling, no trauma help, no nothing. It was just like, yeah, you're fine, go home. A few weeks later, he starts having nightmares and flashbacks. He's seeing all sorts of horrible visions in his head. He's diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. When a helicopter flies over his house, he ducks under a table. And he phones me up looking for help one-on-one with his head. And as we get chatting, I said to him, this is really interesting that you've been through this experience and you're coming out the other side and you're feeling quite, neutral about it now. You've got rid of the demons. What do you want to do with this? Because you've got all this experience now. And he said, what I really want to do, I want to teach mental health for men. And I want to do it in the corporate environment, because they have a bigger checkbook. They can afford to pay me more fees. And I'm like, I like that idea. I said, what you should do is write a book. So I helped him write a book called Don't Believe Your Brain. And we got him to, I think, number 2 on Amazon. And that was one of my favorite kind of from victim to victor experiences. I really loved that whole process of helping this guy turn lemons into lemonade, and he now gets paid about 2-3 grand a day to go into companies and help men with various issues, right? And then we started doing other things. We did a book with a self-love coach, The Gift of Self-Love, a conspiracy theory client who was smoking weed all day and staying up to 4 a.m. watching YouTube videos about the Illuminati. I ended up getting called in to do therapy with him because he's not operating at full capacity. We ended up writing a book, taking what he loves and turning it into this book called 9 Dangerous Ideas. The chapter on 9/11 is particularly interesting. And I would drive home from his house every night thinking, if half of the stuff he's told me is true, we're in deep trouble. But we created this fictitious character called Rat Singer, who's got a kind of V for Vendetta mask. And he writes under a pen name, so nobody knows who he is because he doesn't want people to know. And he makes money from Amazon every day. He's now got a flat, a girlfriend, a job. His parents are happy. No more family interventions. And I learned a lot. We've got The Adventures of Hilary Hickenbottom, children's book. We were brought in to deal with this because it was currently sitting at number 2 million on Amazon, which means it wasn't selling. It wasn't making any money. And Karen, who wrote the book, wanted it to make money. So we resurrected this thing and got it to Amazon bestseller fairly quickly. We've got a book on this is the workout Ouija way. A Ouija is someone who lives in Glasgow. So if you're from Glasgow, Scotland, you're a Ouija. So the workout Ouija way is a Scottish personal trainer, Dr. Peter Anderson. We wrote a fitness book. Child safety, how to keep your child safe. We did a book on that. From Zero to Hero, a networking marketing book. The spiritual laws of money. That's an interesting one. That was a lady who has got, I think, 14,000 Facebook fans and I think 180 videos on YouTube. And we took, I think, 12 of her videos and got them transcribed. And then that became the first draft of her book. And then we polished it up and added a few things to it. And that got to #2 on Amazon in the financial section. And the only reason it wasn't #1, because #1 was a guy called Robert Kiyosaki of Rich Dad, Poor Dad fame. But for this girl to be sitting next to Robert Kiyosaki on Amazon, and she described herself as a brown girl with dyslexia who her teachers told her will never amount to anything.
Wow.
She is on Amazon side by side with Robert Kiyosaki. Revenge is sweet. So we've done 44 books now with clients, and a lot of those books have then been turned into online courses, seminars, retreats, workshops, and all that kind of stuff. And so what I wanted to talk to you about today is a little bit about that, a little bit about whether you're a coach, a consultant, a therapist, a speaker, a trainer, an author, or you want to be any of those things. So maybe you're already established, maybe you're partway down the line, maybe you've been in the game a while, like Heather and I, you've been around for a while, you know some stuff, you've learned some stuff, you've made some mistakes. Or maybe you're brand new. Maybe you're like, okay, I don't like the day job, or I've got dreams of digging an escape tunnel. You know, I've got knowledge. I know stuff. I like helping people. Could I take what's in my head and turn it into something that would make me money? And that may be one-on-one services like therapy, coaching. It could be workshops and seminars where you stand in front of a group. And that could be virtual like this one is, or it could be on a stage in a nice venue with coffee and cakes. It could be a corporate training program that you sell to companies, you sell to businesses. It could be your own signature coaching program. We've got lots of clients who've devised their own proprietary method that no one else has got and branded that all up and got that out there. Yeah, workshops, seminars, retreats, books, coaching programs, online courses. Online courses became in vogue maybe about 10 years ago, probably. They still are. You imagine you've got 100 people paying you $97 a month to be part of your coaching program. That should cover most of your expenses in a month. You know, residual income, royalties. There's a reason it's called royalties. What if you had all of these things? What if you had a book and an online course and you did retreats and seminars? I can safely tell you that if you had all of these different income streams in place, you're looking at approximately 6 figures a year. And I can safely tell you that figure because my accountant can show you my accounts, because I've been using this exact model for the last 28 years. And today I want to point out some of the mistakes, some of the things you should avoid, some of the obvious pitfalls, and what you should do instead. So this is for you if you are brand new and you want to get yourself up there, or if you already are established and you want to maybe get away from the get paid for an hour and work for an hour and get paid for an hour and work for an hour, or go from each client to each client with crickets in between. How do you make that more consistent, stable? That's my goal for you today. We're going to be giving away prizes, and I may have, you know, this is a webinar. I might have an offer for you at some point. But that's why I'm here. I have invited the lovely and talented Heather Black, who is a bit of a queen and a whiz when it comes to doing events and stuff. And I thought, do you know what? She would be a perfect person to partner up with here, because she knows a lot of stuff about running events. And anytime you can work one-on-many instead of one-on-one, I realized that. It was like, hang on a minute, I can spend an hour with a client and charge them X. Or I could spend an hour with 200 people, charge them half X, so they get a deal, I earn way more money, and private clients pop out the other end because people are going to go, can I have a word with you afterwards? Or they phone you afterwards, or they email you afterwards. Or if you're smart, you contact all of them afterwards. And that's why Heather's here. So Heather, I'm going to put you on the spot and I'm going to ask you to tell us a little bit about what you do. What's your history? Where did you come from? What gives you the right to be talking about this stuff? And
Uh,
then we'll get into the main stuff.
so, um, yeah, thanks for having me today, Jonathan. I'm super excited because, like you said, the power of one to many is not like anything else I've never found anything else like it. And I've been in the event space for 25 years. I've done it primarily in the nonprofit world. And I have seen the transformative power. The beautiful thing about events is that you don't just impact one person, you impact everyone that's there, and then they go home and they take what they've learned and they're a better parent, they're a better spouse, they're a better employee, they're better in their community, and those ripples go out, and it really is a way to make the world a better place. And that's why I do what I do. And probably about going on 5 years ago now, God started telling me I needed to start my own business, and I argued with him for about 2 years on that before I said, "Oh, okay, I guess that's what you mean for me to do." And so I launched in November of 22 doing it on my own and have left the corporate hustle in April of 23. And really have just enjoyed this journey of figuring out how to help people have more impact and more income, right? Because it's really important that when you're doing events that you're seeing income on the backside. So I've kind of created my own little signature process, if you will, of working with my clients. And I help you get strategic, organized, and profitable because it's not just about having a webinar. And it's not just about doing retreats. It's about really understanding who your audience is and where they are right now and what they need right now. And then going from where you are today to where you want to be. Because if you want to do that 7-day international retreat or you want to have that big conference where you're hitting thousands of people, there's a process to get there. And so I help my clients collapse their timeline so they can get there faster. I help them be organized so that they're not feeling chaotic and overwhelmed because there's a lot that goes into even managing virtual events like this, right? It's not just put up a Zoom link and we're good to go. There's a process to that. And then helping them identify where the profit is coming from and being able to look at their numbers and say, yes, it worked, or no, it didn't, and what do we need to fix so it works next time. So,
I love it. I love it. I love it. So you said, how long were you in the corporate world?
um, corporate world for 23 years. Yeah.
Wow.
So,
Okay. Wow. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Okay, that's a long
yeah.
time.
Yeah, and nonprofits are, yeah, it is a long time. And nonprofits are great, and I love the nonprofit space. The problem is a lot of times they have very toxic environments and they're understaffed and you're underpaid and you're working a lot of hours. I mean, there was a spell there where I was working 7 days a week and I was working 70 to 80 hours a week, and the burnout is just so, so high. And I was like, there has to be a better way than this. And
Absolutely.
so I started looking for the better way. And there's a lot of coaches and a lot of consultants and a lot of those solopreneurs and small businesses that don't have the experience and they're trying to do these events and they're struggling or they are afraid to even start and they really can't elevate their impact and their income with events. So I was like, I have a little niche right here that I can fit myself into and really help people elevate what they're doing already in their businesses. So
Absolutely. I love it. I love it. Love it. Okay, perfect. So just to reiterate, if you're here and you're already an established, what I call an aspiring thought leader, a coach, a consultant, a therapist, a trainer, a speaker, an author, you've got a message that you want to share. You want to make an impact, you want to make a difference, you've got skills, you've got knowledge that would help somebody somewhere, but they maybe don't know about you. Most people I meet are world class at what they do, but they're not so world class at marketing themselves. And the truth is, in order to sell something, you have to market it first. Marketing for most people is a dirty word. They don't like it. They don't understand it. They don't want to do it. Then they go and hire an agency, and the agency makes a mess of it, and then they think marketing doesn't work. I hear horror stories every single day. So I want to make it easier for you. I'm going to walk you across the minefield, and I'm going to show you what not to step on, and I'm going to give you some shortcuts and hacks that you can use. There may even be some super prompts and stuff from AI that you could use. It'll make your life a lot easier. I'm going to have prizes, as I say. We're going to have a break on the hour every hour, just so you know. So lots of comfort breaks. Make this really easy and comfortable. But make sure you come back after the break because we're going to do the prize draw after every break. Is that a way of incentivizing people to come back to your webinar, Jonathan? Yes, I think it is. But it's also prizes. So let me share some slides with you and let's get this thing underway. Imagine if Amazon phoned you up one day and said, hey, we've got an idea for a book, or we've got an idea for a course, or we've got an idea for a product, an information product, let's say, that we know is going to sell, and we know who's buying it, and we'd like you to do it. We'd like you to run it and sell it. And you can price it any price you want, although we'll give you advice on how much you should be charging. You can call it anything you want, although we will give you advice on what to call it. And we'll even tell you where to put it. Would you act upon that information? The reason I'm asking is, I don't know if you remember when ChatGPT came out in 2021, I think it came out in November 21, I think it was. Now, AI is not completely a new thing. If you've been using Grammarly, if you've been using a spell checker, actually, if you've been using Google for the last 14 years, Google's been using AI in its search engine stuff for the last 14 years, so it's not new. But when ChatGPT came out, all of a sudden the world went, hang on a minute, is this the rise of the machines? They went, hang on a minute, this thing can do in a fraction of the time stuff that used to take me hours. That's really interesting. Now, there's a lot of weird opinions about artificial intelligence, and I know all the arguments about artists' work being ripped off and creativity and it's wrong and da 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 da. I also know all the arguments about the advantages and the benefits. If you're a content producer or if you're a solopreneur and you want to market yourself, then it has immensely fantastic, powerful tools. But I saw it, and my first question was, being an author, my first thought was, will this thing help me write books quicker? And I don't mean, will it write the book for me? Because I firmly believe AI is a co-pilot, not an autopilot. You're not getting AI to do it for you. You're using AI as a tool, the same way as a mathematician would use a calculator. Calculator's not evil and nasty, and it's not going to steal your job. The calculator is there to help you make sure that your answers are correct, right? You know how it works. You just get the tool to do it faster. And it's the same with AI. So the answer is yes, by the way. It's now possible. I have a program called Book in 90 Days. And Book in 90 Days was exactly that. You come with an idea for a book. We can have you published live on Amazon and probably a bestseller on Amazon within 90 days. 90 days is now laughable. I'm here to tell you. To give you an example, over Christmas and New Year, I took 2 weeks off simply because of the way the dates fell. So I took the whole 2 weeks off. And in that 2 weeks, I published 2 books to Amazon from scratch. So from idea on a napkin to published and live on Amazon over the 2 weeks as a part-time thing, apart from visiting my family and having lots of food and watching lots of movies, right? It's absolutely possible to get a book done in a day. Absolutely possible. And that's fiction or non-fiction. And it's your ideas, your content, your material, your branding. It's not created by the AI. The AI helps you create it yourself. So that's pretty cool. And then one day I had a brainwave. I thought, I'm going to use ChatGPT to write a book about how to use ChatGPT to write a book. That's quite, what's that film? Inception? That's quite Inception-ish. So I wrote a book called Smash Writer's Block with a Time Machine. Because there's no such thing as writer's block now. If you've got ChatGPT or Claude or any of the new AI tools, I'm still a wee bit unsure about DeepSeek. There's mixed opinions about DeepSeek, so just be careful. You heard it here first. But writer's block, no such thing. If I get stuck on a paranormal mystery book that I'm writing at the moment. I got a bit stuck in the story. So I went to ChatGPT and said, hey, I'm stuck. Here's the situation. Here's what's going on. I don't know where to go next. Give me 3 suggestions. And it went, boop. I'm like, suggestion number 2 is beautiful. And off we go. Writer's block, gone. And it's a time machine. It is an absolute time machine. So I would reckon it's months into minutes. I would reckon that. The PowerPoint slides I'm showing you right now were created by an AI tool. And in the old days, I do have a garage full of full color acetates for the overhead projector. I'll probably never use them again, but they might go in a museum one day next to my BlackBerry and my Palm Pilot. But I do have a pile of PowerPoint acetates. I switched to PowerPoint. PowerPoint made life a lot easier, but I would still probably take a few hours, several hours to create a good PowerPoint presentation. The tool I'm using at the moment, 7 minutes. From notion in my head to full color slides with my ideas, my images, my stuff on the screen. 7 minutes. We have a travel agent client called Danny. Danny designs designer tailor-made bespoke holidays for people. So you fill in a Google form and tell her what your dream holiday is. She then goes and puts it together with packages, prices, hotels, and brings it back to you and goes, what do you think? And it would take her 20 hours to prepare one of those for a client. She goes into a lot of detail. We got talking. I said, 20, oh my God, there must be a way to do it quicker than that. So I said, send me some of your stuff that you do. Let me see it and we'll try and streamline it. It's now 3 hours. And she uses the PowerPoint tool to create the proposal. So it's full color, beautiful, illustrated. It pulls in reviews from TripAdvisor on the hotel she's recommended. It pulls in prices. She's gone from 20 hours a week, 20 hours per client to 3 hours per client. So for her workflow, that's exciting. You know, she just gained 17 hours. So that's the kind of thing we're talking about. We're talking about whether you're doing social media, and if you're not, you should be. Whether you're doing promotional videos, and if you're not, you should be. Whether you're creating content, be it blogging, be it writing stuff, creating courses, preparing training courses, talks, signature programs. If you're not using AI, you're making it hard. You're making it really hard for yourself. And I hope to kind of get you past any weirdness that you might have around that particular topic. But here's where I had my brainwave. After using ChatGPT for about, whatever it is, 3 years and getting really quite good at it, I suddenly had a brainwave. I suddenly thought, wait a minute, ChatGPT is machine learning AI. Amazon is run by machine learning AI. Could I get ChatGPT to talk to Amazon? And the answer is yes. So here's an idea for you. I thought, could I go on to, let's say Mikey's into music, right? DJing and all that good stuff. Could I go onto Amazon bestseller list? And I'd probably go to Amazon.com, even though Mikey and I are in the UK. I'd go to Amazon.com because it's a bigger market. And I could get the top 20 books on the music industry or DJing or whatever there is on Amazon. Get the top 20 best-selling books. These are the books that are flying off the shelves, proven. I'm not having to guess. I know for a fact these are selling. And in theory, the top 20 best-selling authors are thought leaders in the industry, in theory, because they're selling lots of books. And if you go into the top 20 bestseller list on Amazon, typically you'll see names like Simon Sinek, Brian Tracy, Tony Robbins, Elon Musk, Donald Trump. You'll see some big names there, right? Rihanna. So could I get ChatGPT to go and read those books and tell me what made these books successful? What are the common ingredients that these books have that makes them successful? And do you know what the answer is? The answer is yes, it can. And then could you tell me then, if I was going to write a book from scratch and make it a bestseller in this industry, in this niche, what would my book need to contain? And guess what? It tells you. Could I then get it to read all the 5-star reviews of the best-selling books on Amazon and tell me what people liked and what they want more of? Guess what? Yes, it can. And it does it in minutes. Could you read the 1-star reviews and tell me what people hated about the book or didn't get, which is why they left it a 1-star review? It comes back and tells you all that. So then I go, okay, give me an idea for a book that has all the pluses in it, all the success ingredients in it, ticks all the boxes of the 5-star reviews, but avoids all the issues of the 1-star reviews. And it will create the table of contents, the title, the price, the category you should put it in, the number of copies you need to sell to hit number 1 on Amazon before you even write the book. So you're writing it. It's like having someone on Amazon going, if you're going to write a book about this, make sure it includes the following things. And I bounced around the walls in my house for a weekend thinking, whoa, wait a minute. This is an advantage. This is a massive advantage. I know it's going to be a bestseller before you even write it. And in fact, Amazon can also, ChatGPT can also tell you who's buying the books. You want to do your target marketing avatar stuff. You want to know the age, sex, location, education level, income level, even what state in America the most sales came from. ChatGPT can pull that information out of Amazon. Amazon will never tell you that information, but Chat can pull it out. So we even know I can run a Facebook ad in Delaware because I happen to know Delaware's full of DJs. right? If I want DJs to buy my book, I know where they are. And I'm not, compare that to what most solopreneurs do. Most people who launch their own business are passionate and convicted and committed about their topic, right? And then we launch a business hoping that it's going to work, but it's based on no empirical evidence. It's based on no data. It's a wing and a prayer. It's our own personal passion. That's what I did, and it's what most people do. It's like people are bound to come to because I love it, therefore they will. Well, not necessarily. I've got a great idea for a product. Chocolate CDs, they'll fly off the shelves. Well, maybe not. And then you try and find someone who agrees with you. You know, shake them by the neck, go, isn't this a really good idea? And they go, no, not really. You're like, ah. And course creators spend months creating beautiful videos and gorgeous PDFs, and they put it on a website. And 6 months down the line, they make it for sale and discover that no one wants it because they picked the wrong topic, or they gave it the wrong name, or they priced it the wrong price, or they're not even doing any target marketing and they're trying to sell it to everybody. Anyone with a pulse, right? To be a bit blunt, if someone's got leprosy and I've got the cure for leprosy, there's not much of a sell required. They've got the issue, I've got the solution, they're going to take it. But if you don't have leprosy and I'm trying to sell you the cure for leprosy, you're not going to buy it. It's as simple as that. And that's what so many coaches, consultants, and authors do. They try and hit anyone with a pulse. It's like, well, not anyone with a pulse necessarily wants it, right? But if you are New York's recognized baby massage expert, all of a sudden you know who to market to. They know why they should talk to you. You've got a geographic area. You're talking to mothers of newborns. It makes a heck of a lot easier. Here's a fun game. Can we play a quick fun game for a minute? Quick fun game. Imagine it's Christmas again. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago. Imagine it's Christmas and I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, I need your help. I'm mega busy, mega busy. I need you to do me a favor and go and buy. I've just noticed Mike has got my NLP practitioner folder on his table behind. That's freaky. That is freaky. Do you know how much those folders cost? Anyway, look at that. I like your subliminal marketing there, Mickey. Where was I? Yes, Christmas. It's Christmas. You threw me. It's Christmas. I need one of my relatives needs a present. I don't have time to go and buy one. I'm busy running a 4-hour seminar. Could you please go out and buy a gift for my relative, please? It's urgent. It's mega urgent. Go. Or would you ask any questions? But what do you need to know?
Well, I need to know some, like, are they male, female? They have a favorite color? What do they like? They don't like?
It's a she.
Is a she? Okay. How old? Do they have
7.
pets? Do they have kids?
She's 7.
Oh, okay. What's her favorite color?
Blue, baby blue.
Like unicorns, mermaids? What's she into?
Pixar movies. Disney Pixar.
Oh, so Frozen, right? So I'm gonna go get some.
Frozen
I'm
or
gonna get some
Moana,
Elsa.
or tell you what, she doesn't have Moana 2.
Oh, Moana 2 it is.
There you go. Right.
Done.
There's a lesson in target marketing right there. Right. Until I told you, like 7 made a big difference, right? You're out buying whiskey and slippers. No use. The minute I tell you, and the more specific you can be with your target market, the easier it is to A, find them, and B, buy for them or reach them. Okay, silly example, but you get the point. Yet so many speakers try and get on a stage and talk to everybody, and they wonder why people leave the room or fall asleep or whatever else, right? So many authors write a book and it doesn't sell. That most authors don't make money from the books. Most authors don't make a living from their books. That's a fact. People build online courses and they don't sell, and they wonder why. It's good stuff. Why is it not selling? This stuff would help people. Why is it not selling? Oh. So we want to avoid all that kind of stuff. So the whole Amazon thing really made me go, wait a minute, I can actually create any product at all, because a book is just an information product. So I can create anything and get that information from Amazon. What's hot right now in any industry, we can find out in minutes, and we can then turn it into a product the same day. Literally, idea on a napkin on Monday, live on the internet with Facebook ads sending traffic to the page by Wednesday. And as one of my clients said the other day, who launches a business in 3 days? Well, we do. We do. But it's not based on hope and hype. It's based on what's actually selling on the world's biggest online retail platform. Empirical data. So I bounced around the house for a couple of days, and then eventually I went to my mentor, my coach, and I said to her, I don't know what to do with this. it's like a proprietary advantage. I could keep it to myself and just use it for myself, but I kind of want to share it because it's so cool. And ChatGPT is open to everybody, so why not do this? So she bounced around her house for a couple of days going, oh my God, oh my God. And I showed her what it did. She's like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And after a couple of days, she came back and said, I think we should do a joint project and put this out into the world. So we did. And we currently sell that for $1,700, $1,700. The entire process, which is like getting the data from Amazon and turning it into a book or an online course or whatever else. And we've now run that play with, I think, so far 11 clients. And every single one of them's got a book on Amazon, an online course, 24/7 for sale across the planet. They can do workshops, they can do seminars. We were actually doing the PowerPoint slides earlier this afternoon. One of our clients is a Marine. I called him an ex-Marine and he quickly corrected me. He's a Marine who is now a yoga instructor. Interesting blend. I met him in Hawaii. He's a lovely guy, instant bromance. And we're putting together his online course. His book's already an Amazon bestseller. We're now doing an online course. He's doing a book launch in the Moose Lodge in Chicago, where he lives. And we're off and running, And 6 months ago, all this was just an idea. Now it's all happening, which is really cool. So that's the world I'm in. And I hope to share some of that stuff with you. Heather's going to be sharing stuff around events. Yeah, and I'm going to give you some tools and stuff that you can take away and use. Does that sound useful? Or am I just rambling? I tend to ramble. Heather and I joked about this. We tend to kind of wander off into the weeds and then we eventually come back on the point. But, so let my enthusiasm for this stuff, light the path for you, because it has never been easier to take what's in your head, package it, and sell it to people who want it 24/7 globally from your kitchen table. Never mind all the marketing stuff that you can do and all the free resources that are out there, free websites and all the things that you can use. So that's where we're going today. Now, there are some rules to the game, but now that we've got empirical data, now that we can go to Amazon and we can pull out information in any marketplace, all of a sudden we get rid of a lot of people's fears. We can diminish and reduce worries about, is it going to sell? I'm going to spend building this thing. Will anybody care? Is anybody going to buy it? Is there a market for my stuff? My Zoom's a bit sluggish tonight. Is there other people out there who will buy my stuff? I want to launch a business. I want to get my stuff out there. I want to impact people. I want to make a difference. I want to leave a legacy. Maybe I want to write a book that my grandchildren will pick up one day. This is my grandmother's book or my grandfather's book. This is cool. Maybe I want to write an online course because the way society is currently going, people need help in certain areas and I've got that information. So let's make it available. Maybe you want to revolutionize an industry and put some information out there in a format that they can handle. Maybe you love the idea of being on stage. We've got a lot of clients who want to do a TEDx talk. I know a TEDx coach who can get people into TEDx talks really quickly. But there's the risk of failure. There's the risk of making a fool of yourself. Maybe you're afraid of public speaking. Maybe you're not sure what to write about. We can sort that problem really quickly. But behind that is the desire to launch a successful business, the desire to help people, the desire to make an impact, leave your mark, contribute, help. And if you get paid on top of that, that's even better. Imagine getting paid to help people. Imagine getting paid to help people get what they want. Because that's what a coach does. That's what a therapist does. We get paid to help other people get what they want. So if you know a way to train dogs, or if you know a way to save relationships, or you know a way to fill events, or you know a way to whatever it might be, you can package that information in a kind of how-to format and sell it to people who want it. And everybody's happy, right? It's never been easier to do that. So that's what we're talking about here today. Now, you maybe want to increase the number of people that know about you. A lot of my clients are, I mean, we've got one client, for example, he's from Egypt. He's a gynecologist. And without going into too much detail, because there are ladies in the room, there was a big scandal in the UK about a certain form of plastic mesh, which was used in incontinence and prolapse operations. Not FDA approved, but installed in 10,000 women. And the problem is, once it gets put in, you can't take it back out because scar tissue forms in between all the holes in the mesh. It also doesn't show up in an MRI scanner. That was a really clever idea. So if it moves, you can't find it. You can't pull it back out again. And there are lots and lots of women who've got all sorts of subsequent side effect medical problems as a result of this. Now, he used to install these things. And while I'm sitting in his house interviewing him around the book that he's going to write about this, he decides to put one of these devices on the table, at which point I nearly fainted. And I looked at this thing and said, where's that supposed to go? It's like, good Lord. So he used to be one of the surgeons that used to do this operation. And it was quicker than other operations. Clients recovered faster and only needed maybe like an overnight stay. Whereas in the past, it might have been a week in hospital, all that kind of stuff. And if you know anything about the state of the National Health Service in the UK, right now, they want you out of your bed as quick as they possibly can. So because it was cheaper and quicker, it got grabbed by all the surgeons. And the surgeons also got paid a nice little bonus for every one they did. So 10,000 of these things got done. Then the problems started to show up and the problems started to arrive. The court cases began. The press began. And my client led the charge to have them banned. And now in the UK, they are banned. That operation no longer takes place. Those things can't be installed. And we're now writing the book about it. He's the guy that the UK government goes to as a consultant. He's also been to New Zealand because New Zealand have launched a campaign to get the same product banned over there. There's a similar thing happening in the US. I'm not sure what stage it's at yet, but he flies over there all the time to give keynote talks about it. And it's a big deal. So the mesh scandal, as it's become known, is going to be turned into a book. He is the legal medical advisor on that kind of stuff. And he's loved and hated equally by his peers because a lot of his peers used to make a lot of money from that operation and hate him. But equally, a lot of his peers going, bravo, you did the right thing. Now you can sleep at night and you're helping people. So that's an example of the kind of client. But he has no idea about social media. He has no idea how to get online. He doesn't know how to promote himself. He doesn't really want to. He's a very meek, humble man. He's a lovely man. He doesn't particularly want to blow his own trumpet, right? But we're going to help him be known as the go-to guy in that industry. Maybe that's where you are. You're good at what you do, but you just don't know how to get more people to know. It's like if they knew you existed, they would queue out the door, but they don't know you exist, right? So it is about visibility. It's also about making a living. It's also about what if you got paid to do that stuff? What if you got paid to do your hobby? I like painting acrylic on canvas. I've got paintings all around my office. I love doing that. I could sell them. I've seen hideous, terrible paintings in places for huge amounts of money. And I look at it and think, I could do that in my sleep. I could paint that in the dark. That's easy. Look at the price they're charging. The thing is, I don't want to sell my paintings. I like them. I'm proud of them, and I want to keep them because I put the work in. I don't want to hand it to somebody else, But you could if you're into racing pigeons, if you breed meerkats, it doesn't matter what it is you do. If there's a demand for it and people want to know how to do it, and you've got expertise in it, you can package that, you can sell that, and you can earn money from that. Wouldn't that be cool? Win-win-win for everybody. You also need to have some kind of unique selling point, though. I see this all the time. I do a lot of networking. And every time I go to a networking group, I hear people say, I am a, and it's usually coach, consultant, therapist, speaker, author, right? Now, the problem is when you say I am a, you've just made yourself one of many. So if you say I am a plumber, right? Well, there's thousands of them. I'm a coach. Well, there's thousands of them. Why should I hire you? So you imagine you've got 5 coaches in a line in front of you, and you're going to hire one of them. And you go, well, tell me why I should hire you. And they all go, well, quality, service, reliability, trust, blah, blah, blah. I've been around for 105 years, all that kind of stuff. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. But if you say, I am New York's recognized baby massage expert, or I help struggling coaches who need more clients to become fully booked in 30 days or less, it's not it's I help this particular group of people who have this particular problem to achieve this particular goal within time frame. There are 4 hooks on that line, right? I write that sentence down. I help target market who have problem to achieve goal within time frame. Or a variation is I help target market who have problem to achieve goal, even if objection. Okay. So you're telling me who your target market is. I'm not having to guess. You're telling me who they are. If you tell me I help anybody who is a hungry professional, well, I can't go on LinkedIn and type hungry professional because it's not going to come up. I can't go on Google and type hungry professional. If you tell me I'm a Idaho architect, I can find them. I can find DJs in Scotland, right? I can find life coaches in Denver. I can find chiropodists in Brussels. I can find loads of them because you told me a job title. You told me who you are. Now, Amazon can tell you who's buying these books. Here's what age they are. Here's what kind of household income they have. Here's what education level they have. And even better, here are their interests. Here are their goals. Here are their fears. Here's the things that keep them up at night. Here's the most frequently asked questions that they ask all the time. Now, think about that for a minute. If you knew the top 10 questions that your target market asks all the time, and you wrote a book that answers those top 10 questions, or you shot 10 short YouTube short videos. Hey, my name is Michael. One of the questions I asked all the time is, blah, 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 blah. Here's my best advice. And you do like a 1-minute YouTube short. And you put 10 of them out on YouTube. They're going to rank quite well on YouTube. Now, who owns YouTube? Google does. So guess where your videos appear? They appear on Google. So when someone types in, how do you get your decks to play at the same speed? Make it up. All of a sudden, there's a video, DJ Mikey, telling you how to do that. And you go, this guy knows his stuff. What else has he got? Oh, there's a link. I'm going to click the link. Oh, look, he's got an online course. How to become a DJ in 3 days or whatever, right? Where to find a particular track of music that you're looking for. I asked Michael yesterday, I'm looking for a particular track of music. Where can I get it? He said, and I quote, give me 4 minutes. And he did it in about 2. I'm like, holy moly. I knew he was the guy to ask. But who else is out there asking questions that you know the answer to? Then there's should ask questions. Should ask questions, even better, should ask questions are the gold. Should ask questions are the questions that you know people should be asking because you're in the industry. But they don't know they should be asking that. So you say to the client, Mr. Client, that's the wrong question to ask. What you should be asking is this. That's a great place for you to demonstrate your knowledge and your expertise. Because they go, oh my goodness, I hadn't thought of that, right? So imagine you had 10 frequently asked question videos and 10 should ask questions, all on YouTube. You can also put them on Facebook. You can also put them on Instagram. You can also put them on LinkedIn. And you're now the go-to guy or gal for answering questions in that particular niche. You're not asking for anything. You're not selling anything. You're not pitching anything. But when someone's watching a 60-second video of you, they gauge your personality, they gauge your knowledge level, they gauge whether they like your style or not. And you've got 20 little lead magnets sending you traffic forever. And you could batter out 10 videos in half an hour. You can just sit in front of your camera and do 10 videos, get them all done. There are tools now. One of them is called, if I remember the name of it, Opus Pro, Opus Pro, OPUS Pro. Opus Pro will take a normal full-length video and chop it into 10 soundbite videos. And then you just download them and put them anywhere you want. Give it any piece of content. I could take tonight's webinar and put it on Opus Pro and it will pull out juicy sound bites 60-second snippets, and I've got my 10 videos. If you've got any existing content on video, give it to Opus Pro, you've now got 10 YouTube Shorts or Instagram Reels. Easy peasy. Used to take ages, not anymore. AI. So, for example, right? This is making sense. Am I raving and ranting? Yes, I am, but hopefully it's making sense to you. So having a target market in mind is a good idea. Having AI research data to tell me who's buying this stuff, right? Where are they? And what do they want? Well, I can find that out really quickly. Amazon's going to tell me. And by the way, an Amazon customer has bought a book, read the book, and left a review. That's a good client. That's a good customer. That's good sales data. You show me where I can get the same sales data for free. You know, I might buy something like PitchBook. Don't know if you've ever heard of PitchBook. PitchBook is it's kind of like Facebook for companies. And you can look up companies and you can find out how much money they spend on advertising. Do they sponsor nonprofits? Do they run events? Who's the CEO? What's his email? PitchBook costs about, I think it's something like $2,000 a month to have a subscription to PitchBook, but it's because of the information it gives you. Well, guess what? You can use ChatGPT to get that information from Amazon at a consumer level. So I can find out exactly who's buying books on DJing and where they are. Then I could run a Facebook ad in that particular state and get in front of those particular people. I can even tell you what words they type into Google. Here's another little tool for it. Let me give you another little tool. If you haven't seen a great little website called answerthepublic.com. Answerthepublic.com. You get 3 free uses a day on answerthepublic.com. You can type in your niche, your category, your business, your sector into Answer the Public, and it will tell you what the most frequently asked questions people are Googling right now in your industry. There's an idea for content. If you're wondering what should my next social media post be about, or what should I write a blog post about, or what should I shoot a video about, Answer the Public will tell you what are people Googling right now. That's what you should be putting out as content. Well, that's what a chapter of your book could be, right? Easy peasy. There's so many useful tools. It does pay to know who your target market is. I deal with coaches and consultants, speakers, trainers, authors, aspiring entrepreneurs, people who want to take their knowledge and turn it into products. You know, turn their lived experience into books, online courses, training programs, seminars, workshops, retreats. Imagine if you spent 3 days, Mikey, imagine you spent 3 days in Malta in a nice hotel teaching people how to become DJs. You'd have a ball, they'd have a ball, there'd be a lot of good music, you know, and you get paid. That's a good deal, right? Now, what if you then recorded the whole thing on video while you're doing it, and you break that into an online course? So for the people who couldn't actually make it to the venue, you've now got an online course that you can sell to anybody, anywhere on the planet. What if you then took the audios of those, got them transcribed, and now you've got a book on how to become a DJ? You've now got a 3-day retreat, a book, and an online course. And you built all that in 3 days. Well, by the way, you got paid to build all that because you charge people to come and do your workshop. You're getting paid to get paid. I like that. That's what we're talking about. So if you're tuning in, this is not for whiners and complainers. Because I discovered that no amount of me whining and bitching and complaining made things better. It was only when I got off my ass and got my finger out and actually did something about it that life got better. And I'm sure you realize you're the same. You don't hire a personal trainer and expect them to get on the treadmill and you get the abs. That's not how it works. You got to show up on time, eat the right stuff, wear the right gear, get the right amount of sleep, and do the training. Then you get the abs. So if you're here to whine, bitch, and complain, I'm sorry, but I don't want to hear it. If you're here to be a serial refunder, well, I'm not charging you for tonight, but if you're the kind of person who like buys stuff and then gets a refund after you've consumed it, then you're in the wrong place, because I will haunt your ass. If people, one of my clients right now has got a 55 CD set of a 14-day NLP Master Practitioner course that I ran. And he's giving it away to all of his students. He, by the way, is also an NLP trainer. I trained him. And he's currently giving my 55 CD set off to anybody who wants it, which initially got me quite annoyed. And then I thought, hang on a minute, you're making me look good because you're telling everybody that I trained you. So keep doing it because they're listening to 55 CDs of me. Spread that far away. Feel free, you know. But someone who buys stuff and then refunds it after they've consumed it, that's not cricket, as we say in the UK. That's not fair. We don't like that. And if you're not coachable, if you're not open to trying new things, if you think you know it all, premature closure is as bad as premature anything else. If you're not coachable and you're not learnable and you're not willing to try on new ideas, and I'm afraid you're in the wrong place, because that's not who this is for. This is for people who are open to new strategies. You might be fed up with what's not working and you're looking for something else. Okay. So as a little incentive to keep you here, here's what we're going to do. We're about to take our first break of the evening or the afternoon or the morning, depending where you are. We're going to take a break every hour. And after the break, I'm going to spin the wheel and someone in this room is going to win a prize. Every hour. So there's a good reason to come back. Because you will be leaving with various prizes. I've told you I've written 28 books, best-selling author, been in the business for 28 years. I love what I do. I have drawers full of testimonials. If you Google me, you'll find lots of stuff about me that's all good. You won't find anything bad about me. Thank goodness. I shot them. You'll just kidding. I like writing stuff all the time. I like using AI tools because they make my life easier. I've been running my own business for 28 years. Let me quickly change that PowerPoint. It's a new year. And I just love helping other people to become successful. I'm very, very good at helping other people become successful. And I've learned that I don't focus on me. I focus on helping other people because, as Zig Ziglar famously said, when you're helping other people get what they want, you get what you want. So if you come today with an idea on a napkin, you want to start something, or you want to scale up and improve on what you're already doing, we can show you how to do that. We can show you how to test and prove a concept within an hour. I've seen 5-day challenges on Facebook or like 3-day weekend seminars on how to validate my course idea. Well, we can now validate your course idea in about 6 minutes flat. So we don't need to do that anymore. And we can show you how to launch with confidence. We have launch templates, emails, posts. Heather's the same. Heather's got stuff that will fill an event for you. She knows the process. She's got her own proprietary methods, and she's going to be talking about that after the break. So we can show you how to launch something in a way that actually sells and actually makes money. So if you've tried Google Ads and spent a fortune trying to reach customers and it didn't work, you've tried Facebook ads and that didn't work, maybe you've done the Amazon FBA thing. I don't know if you know what that is. I did it for years. FBA is fulfilled by Amazon. So I was buying selfie sticks in China and having them shipped to America, and then I would promote them on Amazon and sell them by the shed load. It works, but there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of things can go wrong. So I don't do that anymore. I do one-to-one stuff. I do have coaching clients. I have therapy clients because I am a master hypnotherapist. I was in a client's house last night, actually. But as Heather will be showing you shortly, one-on-one is slow and difficult. One-on-many is faster and more efficient use of your time. So we're going to be talking about that next. So whether you want a stable monthly income, whether you want loyal clients who repeatedly buy, maybe you've got some imposter syndrome, which I don't believe in, but maybe you've got some confidence issues around what gives me the right to know, little old me, who's going to listen to me, all that kind of stuff. Maybe you're time poor. You think this is going to take too long. Writing a book's going to take me 12 months in a wizard's tower somewhere. No, not anymore. Running an event, oh, so much planning to do. Well, we've got an expert in the room who can help you with that. We can take away a lot of the concerns that you've got. If you're concerned about technology, we can get past that one really quickly. Or how to market yourself. That's a common problem as well. Nowadays, ChatGPT can be your marketing consultant and can write all your marketing copy for you. This afternoon, we wrote 30 posts for one of our clients' social media. I gave the AI all the things it needs to know, and it created 30 posts, one a day for the next 30 days with relevant hashtags like that. You don't need to pay a social media manager. You don't need a Trello board with ideas on it. You can literally get AI to do it for you. Okay, we're getting past hope and prayer, and we're actually going with certainty and security. ChatGPT arrived. I started to apply it to Amazon. That gave us this thing called the Launchpad. The Launchpad is 36 AI super prompts. These are not little 2-line sentences that you can buy on Instagram. These are very carefully engineered super prompts that you put into AI and give AI a very, very specialized task to go and do. And it will go and do it. And I've got a document called Launchpad, which is basically 36 prompts. So this thing will go onto Amazon, research your industry on Amazon. What are the best-selling books on Amazon right now? What makes them successful? What should you be writing about or shooting a video about or making a seminar about? Who's buying it? Where are they? What to call it? How much to charge? Then it writes all your launch emails, the social media posts, promotional video script, including direction about what should be in your video. It'll write your web page copy for you. It'll give you domain names that you need. It will name your Facebook group if you want to start a Facebook group. It will give you everything you need to launch your product. And it does it I can do it in under an hour now, which is phenomenal. It's never been easier. So if you want to be an Amazon bestseller, I can show you how to do that in 2 hours. 2 hours to write a book from idea to live on Amazon. 2 hours. It's crazy. And it's a good book. And it's your material. It's not AI material. We've got 36 specific prompts that build a business. And you can do it in an hour. And I can show you lots of testimonials and stuff from people who've been through these kind of processes. So that's what we're here to talk about. Any questions about any of that before we have our first comfort break? Sandy's joined us. Hello, Sandy. Martin's here. I know Martin. Michael's here. We know that. Jenny, hello. Martin, you've changed your backdrop.
It's because I'm on my phone and on the bus.
You're
On the
now,
bus and everything.
You're now hovering above planet Earth.
Yeah, it's because I'm on my phone. I'm on different equipment, so it's causing me problems communicating.
You're doing fine. We can hear you fine. Good stuff. Any questions at all?
What was the one you mentioned where you can take PowerPoint slides and turn them into, or was it vice versa? But there was
you can
a course.
The website is called gamma.app, GAMA.app, gamma.app. It is a phenomenal tool. You can paste in text. You can give it a URL, a web address. You can give it a video. You give it any content you want, and it will turn it into beautiful full color PowerPoints. That's what you're seeing on my screen. I used Gamma to create the app, Gamma.app to create the slides for tonight. And it does it. You actually see it in front of you going, whoa. And it's fully editable. So you can go in and change anything about it. If you don't like the images, you can change the images. You can have your own photographs. You can get royalty-free photographs. You can get AI images. But it does the whole thing in front of your very eyes in minutes. And I use that all the time.
Gamma.app.
Gamma.app.
Thank you.
Very, very useful. Okay. So we're going to have a 5-minute break. When we come back, we're going to spin a wheel and somebody in this room is going to win a prize. And then we're going to be handing over to Heather. Heather's going to be talking about events and all that interesting stuff. Imagine you in front of a group of people sharing what you're good at and getting paid to do it. Wouldn't that be interesting? And then paid clients come out of that. And by the way, you can be selling your book at the back of the room. You ever been in a seminar where they were selling merch at the back of the room? Could be your merch. It's time for you to stop going to other people's seminars and buying their stuff, and you start doing your own and selling your own stuff. Seriously, it's good fun. Oh, like the handy dandy box set. Yes. Is that the full color manual you've got, Mickey? Or is that the black and white version? Because we used to have a black and white manual, and because I'm not very visual, as you can tell. And then one day somebody, is it the color one? Oh, he's got the sexy one. So yeah, you can create products. You can create training manuals, books, journals, low content book, like journals, diaries, planners, that kind of stuff. The world is your oyster, and you can do it in minutes, not years. So I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. By my clock, it's 9 minutes past the hour. So we'll see you back here at whatever that is, 14 minutes past the hour. Oh, full color. Cool. And yeah, have a good break. And when you come back, we're going to spin the wheel. I shall see you shortly. Are we back? Heather's back. Is everybody else in the room? Mikey's here. Jolly good. Martin's still in orbit. Okay. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to spin the wheel. Everybody's names are on the prize draw. Let me just share with you what the prizes are. That might be a good idea. So here's what you're in with a shout of winning, first of all. First thing on my list here is a copy of Slash Writer's Block with a Time Machine. That's the book I wrote on how to use AI to write a book with AI. So very, very good one. Second one is a £25 of the gift voucher, which is probably about $30. £25 gift voucher redeemable against anything that I do. Third one is copy of my business breakthrough book, which I had a minute ago. I have a huge pile of books now on my desk. 45-minute business breakthrough basically is a book about finding hidden jackpots of profit in your business and how quickly you can find that, with some examples of how we've done that in the past. Your Money of Your Life home study program. That is my 2-day seminar on money and wealth and how to earn it, spend it, save it, invest it. I use a financial advisor, plus a whole bunch of other esoteric things as well. NLP Practitioner Home Study Program. That's what Mikey was showing you earlier on. You'll get the digital version of that because I'm not shipping 32 CDs anywhere. So it's a full 7-day NLP practitioner training, live, recorded, me teaching a room with manuals, all in MP3, all that good stuff. You'll like that. 10 days? Was it 10 days? It might have been. I do waffle. Oh, you're muted, Mikey. Nope, still can't hear you, pal. It was between 7 and 10 days. And Stand Deliver is my presentation skills course. So that's a 2-day weekend that we recorded live with an audience on about 15 different presentation skills that you can use. So those are what's up for grabs. I've put everybody's name on the wheel. Let's jump over to the wheel of fate and fortune. And I need a volunteer to come on microphone to count me down. They're going to count 3, 2, 1, and I'm going to spin the wheel. So who wants to do that?
I can do that, Jonathan.
Cool, cool, cool. All right, when you're ready.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Oh, look at that. See, product placement, it wins every time. Mikey is the winner. Look at that, look at that, look at that. So, Michael, any idea what you would like as a prize off that list? No idea? I'll show you the list again, and you can tell me what you want later on. Jolly good. Okay, my Zoom is still handing over to the lovely Heather. So I can let my vocal cords cool down for a while. And yeah, over to you, Heather. You
All right, I'm going to share my
have
screen.
the take charge of it if you need. Do you have slides you want to share or anything you want to share visually?
Yeah, I have slides.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Over to you.
I'm going to share the screen. Hopefully. Yeah, there we go. All right, so now let's dive into how you're going to ignite your income with events. And we're going to do this without losing your shirt or your sanity, because we're going to get strategic, organized, and profitable. That's kind of the tripod of success for events. If you are missing any one of those pieces, your events are going to kind of wobble all over. And we don't want our table to be wobbling because then we got to fold napkins into some sort of geometric shape and get it stuck under there. So we want to make sure that we're hitting all of those points. So kind of talked about me a little bit earlier, but I am a Carolina girl. I'm originally from South Carolina. I do live in Las Vegas now, and I have 25 years of experience planning meetings, conferences, retreats, events. And I've planned events for 30 people, and I've planned events for over 15,000. So I know some things because I have seen some things, and I just love events. I love the impact that they can have. I personally love getting into the details of managing all of those logistics. That's my happy place. And my mission is to make the world a better place, one event at a time. So let's talk about why you might even want to think about having events, right? Um, there's a lot of options with when you talk about events, right? You can do virtual, you can do in person, you can do hybrid, you can have really small intimate events, and you can do really large events that reach tens of thousands of people. You can do education, you can do product launches, you can do collaborations with someone else in your network, you can do appreciation, you can do a social media challenge, you can have fundraising for a cause that you care about, sales, networking. There truly is a fit for every single business. Your only limitation is going to be your imagination and your budget. So how do events help your business? Well, they build brand awareness. They establish you as the authority in that area. They're going to generate revenue. They're going to build community. And when you have a strong community, there are people going to support you. They're going to refer people to you. They're going to bring their bestie the next time you have an event. So you really want to um, have that as part as your business grows, because as your business grows, your events will grow, which grows your revenue, and it just becomes a repeating cycle. And quite frankly, events are big business. They generated $1.2 billion in the US in 2022. They are still growing. There's no indication that they're going to slow down. And estimated to have $1.7 billion in revenue by 2032. And I think we should all just go out and get a little piece of that pie. So let's talk about how we do that. We're going to start with being strategic in your business with your events. The biggest mistakes I see for business owners that are just starting out having events is they're not clear on their why. They don't conduct market research. Their business coach told them they should have an event. I went to this 4-hour webinar and this woman said I should have events. They see it on the internet, or they go too big too soon. It's really important that we start where we are, and we can grow our events into those big events if that's what your goal is. So let's talk about how we create a why. And we're going to start with the 3 W's, the who, the what, and the why. So you want to conduct some market research with your audience. And it doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to send out some 3-page survey. It can just be asking your clients. And when you're on a call with them, hey, what do you think about going to a retreat? Or, hey, I'm thinking about having this virtual 4-hour workshop. What do you think about that? Posting something on your social media and getting some feedback. You really want to understand your audience's motivations and pain points. What kind of events do they want to attend? Because you might want to have a 3-day weekend retreat at the beach, but your audience is like, no, I really want to stay home, but I would do something virtually. So you really want to understand your audience and what they want. And just as a side note for your audience, I've talked to multiple people over the last year that think their audience is the number of people on their email list or the number of people following them. Your audience is really and truly the people that are buying from you. Those are the people who have said, I like what they have to offer. I'm going to give them my money. That is your audience. Now, your email subscribers and your followers, those could potentially become your audience. But when we're talking about your audience that's going to come to your events, we're talking about the people who are already your active or past clients. You want to think about, what are you trying to achieve with this event? What kind of events do you even want to host? How does that align with your business goals? Because you don't want to be doing something that's out of alignment, because it's just not going to work. And you want to think about, how are you going to measure success? Is success the number of butts in seats? Is success the amount of money that you make? Is success the amount of transformation you create for your clients? Or is it some combination of those? There's multiple KPIs when it comes to measuring success for events. And you want to be clear before you start on how you're going to determine if it was successful or not. And then we get into the why. Why do you want to create this impact? Why does your audience want or need this impact? Do they know that they need or want this impact? Because if they don't, then we have to do some education around that in your marketing. So ultimately, you need a really compelling why, because for 2 reasons. One, because it's going to make people buy, right? But it's also going to kind of be that guiding light that we refer back to when we're making decisions on, okay, I can't afford this, but I can do this. Which one's going to have the most impact on delivering your why? And when things are going really sideways and things look, oh my God, why did I get into this? Why did I decide to do this again? What was that woman talking about? This is crazy to me. You're going to look back at your why, and that's going to motivate you to keep going, because there are going to be times where things just don't go the way you want them to, but it's really important to focus on why you're doing what you're doing. So once we have our who, what, why, we can start building out our strategy of how we're going to use events in our business. And we'll start really simple, 2 questions. Where are you today? And you might just be event curious. You might already be hosting some virtual events. You might already be co-hosting or hosting your own events. But when we start building out that long-term strategy, the next thing you want to answer is, where do you want to go? What's the goal long-term for your events? Do you want to have a 7-day international retreat? Do you want to do a 3-day conference for women? Are you looking to do a 5-day virtual summit? Maybe you just want to put more butts in the seats in the events you're already having. Maybe you just want to make more revenue on the events that you're currently having. All of those are perfectly fine goals, and your goal might look very different than your business bestie's goal, and that's totally fine too. But what we want to understand is where you are, because this is where we're going to start, and where you want to go, because that's how we're going to build the strategy that's going to get you there. So what might that look like? So everybody probably starts in the same place, right? You're doing that one-on-one coaching, you're doing that one-on-one consulting, or you're doing one-on-one sales. And as we've talked about multiple times already, that one-to-one is limited. You have limited hours in the day, you have a limited number of people that you can support, and it's going to limit your income. So you want to move it up. So you go, okay, I'll do some group coaching or some consulting or some workshops that are a little bit longer. But then when you really want to, okay, I want to help more people, because again, even with group coaching, you're probably going to be limited to 10 to 15 people, because more than that, you're not really going to be able to support them all. It's just going to be too big. So how do I reach more people? Well, then you're going to step up to a half-day event that's 4 to 6 hours. It can be virtual, in person, something just like this. And then if your long-term goal is to do in-person events, when you start hitting the half-day, the full-day event point, you're probably going to want to make that shift to in-person, just because you want to make that shift eventually to get your audience comfortable with being in person. Like, okay, we're not just going to sit on the computer. I'm going to have to travel. I'm going to have to go somewhere, and I'm going to build this community with the in-person people. And in-person costs more, so you really want to plan that out of how you're going to make that shift. Once you've been successful with the half day, we're going to step into a full day, and then we're going to go to a day and a half. And I'm looking at this from the standpoint of the long-term goal is to do some sort of 7-day international retreat. That may not apply to your business, which is totally fine. But if that is your goal, then, or maybe you just want to do a 7-day conference, you'll step it up to a 3-day event, a 5-day event, you'll do a 7-day event, and then you'll do that 5 or 7-day international retreat if that is your long-term goal. So depending on where you are in your business right now will determine where we start. So if you're down here at the one-to-one coaching, we're going to have multiple steps. If you're already doing half-day events, you're going to be able to reach where you want to go faster, depending on what your long-term goals are. If you're really just looking to make some more revenue, to put some more butts in seats, then we're really going to focus on your marketing strategy and your pricing strategy, because that's how you're going to fill more seats and make more money. So this just kind of gives you an overview of really and truly starting where you are today and look at where you want to go and building out that long-term plan of how you get there. So you might be like, gosh, Heather, that's a lot. I mean, can't I just do it tomorrow? So, I mean, you could, but you might not be successful. So there are reasons to take this very strategic step-by-step process. And one of those is clearly to grow your audience, because the bigger events that you have, the more people you want to have attend, the more money you want to make, the more people you're going to impact. You're going to do that over a period of time. You're probably not going to go from 50 people to 500 people in one event cycle. You're going to have to do that over a period of time. Part is to build your reputation, right? The more people you have come, the more they're going to talk about you, the more they're going to say, hey, you really got to come to her next event with me, or his next event with me. It was phenomenal. You're going to develop that trust with your audience. which is really important, particularly if you're going to ask them to travel somewhere with you, even if it's in the, in the States or it's in your local area. There's just a trust level that you have to come and spend a whole day with someone. And if you are long-term wanting to do those international retreats, that is a much different level of trust that I have to have. Because from the standpoint of an attendee, if we're traveling internationally or I'm traveling to a different state, um, to spend time with you, I need to know that I can trust you if, heaven forbid, something medically happens to me, that I can trust you that you can make those decisions and you'll make good decisions until my family can get there. That's one of the reasons you really want to have that level of trust with your audience. And it's about developing your content, right? If you're doing a 1 hour workshop or a 4 hour workshop and you're wanting to go to a 7 day event, that is a whole different level of content. So you really want to have the time to develop that. I love having clear timelines of how we're going to achieve our big goals. I like chunking them out into bite-sized pieces, right? How do you eat the elephant? One bite at a time. So this really helps you look at what we're going to do in 2025, what we need to be preparing for in 2026, and beyond. But most importantly, the reason you want to do this very strategic plan is to build your financial foundation. Your events should be a separate stream of revenue for your business. They should be paying for themselves long term. They probably won't in the very beginning, as far as you won't have a fund for deposits. But if you start now, starting taking a percentage of your event profits and set them aside in a separate account, then as you get into those larger events, as you're doing more events, maybe you're just going to do, I want to do 4 50-person events per year. That's a great goal. But as you're setting those up, those deposits that you have to pay, those things you have to pay up front, the marketing, advertising, and those kind of things, you'll want to be paying for those things out of your event account and not out of your business revenue account. That's the long-term goal, is to get to that point. So taking this very slow, methodical approach to it will help you do that. And your audience might be very receptive and you might not have to be very slow about it, but you might. It might be longer than you might imagine in your mind. So what are you going to do next after this call? Well, I hope that you're going to schedule some time to plan out your specific strategy. Really look at where you are today and where you want to go and start identifying those steps that you can take this year and maybe into early next year to get you there, right? Make sure that as your events are growing, as your business grows, that you're continuing to look at the strategic plan and adjust. And you may find that you can skip some steps. You may find, I really want to repeat this 1.5 day event. Things didn't go as smoothly as I wanted. I didn't have as many people as I thought I would have. So let me just repeat that step. Don't judge your chapter by someone else's book, what your business bestie is doing or what the coach, across the hall is doing. They're just in a different place and there's nothing wrong with where you are and it's totally fine where they are. But I know that we get into that, oh, well, they're doing this, so I should be able to do that too. And that's just not the case when it comes to events. Where you are is totally fine. And be prepared to not do it perfectly. I've been doing events for 25 years. I have yet to have an event that went perfectly. I have yet to have an event that I didn't learn something about how I could do it better next time. And I'm determined that if I ever reach a point where I do a perfect event and I don't learn anything, then that is my signal that it is time for me to retire. With events, things never go exactly according to plan, ever. So you're just not going to do it perfectly because it's not possible. So don't expect that you will. Any questions about the strategy portion? Perfect. So I either overwhelmed you, didn't give you enough information, or you're like, I am good to go, let's roll.
I love this ladder. I love that ladder thing. I think it's really, really cool.
Yeah, it really helps people lay it out, I think. So, all right. Oh, we got chat. Is there questions in the chat? Nope, it's all clear. Oh, good. Thanks, Jenny. I appreciate that. All right, cool. All right, so now we're going to move on to how you get it organized. Even and all of this is going to apply to your virtual events, whether you're doing virtual or in person. I don't want people to think I'm talking about just in person, although I think in-person events are a phenomenal way to build community, you can have just as much engagement with a virtual event as you're seeing today. But you really want to be organized about it. And the biggest mistakes I see when it comes to organizing your event is underestimating the time you need to plan, overestimating the time that you have to plan, and not creating a comprehensive timeline and checklist. So you might think, okay, I want to do this event in 3 months, and you really need 6 months to a year to plan it out. And you think, oh, I can work on this 10 hours a week. And you get into it and you realize you're only having 4 hours a week, and you end up behind the 8 ball because you just didn't have the time you needed to commit to planning the event. And a comprehensive timeline and checklist is really, really important because it helps keep you on track, right? You're going to know exactly what to do, when to do it. You're not going to miss any deadlines. You're not going to forget something. And as you start planning events, I have a template that I start with, and it's things that I have learned over the years that every time I learn something, it either goes into my budget or it goes into my checklist or both. I did an event last June and somebody was donating champagne to us. It's a perfect example. Um, I assumed when you donate champagne that it would come iced. It did not come iced, and I had about an hour to get a case of champagne iced before we served it. Fortunately, my fiance was there and able to help, so he went to the store and got 12 bags of ice and a couple of things of salt, and we were able to ice it down. But the lesson learned is um, add to my checklist, making sure that anything that's donated that needs to be drinkable comes chilled. So the point of the comprehensive timeline and checklist is to make sure that you have everything covered that you need to do, because it's really easy as life happens, as we go about our days, that things get out of control. So you're like, well, how do I do that? We're going to start with a vision. And I love doing this with my clients. I love sitting down with them and be like, okay, tell me your vision. What do you see? What is happening? Tell me everything from start to finish. And even if it's a virtual event, you're like, I don't need a pool or a fire pit for a virtual event, Heather. No, you don't. But you want to think about, do you need a specific Zoom background? If it's a multi-day event, are you going to have somebody come in and do some yoga to break things up? Do you need a playlist, right, to break it up with music? Do you need a timer for your breaks? So really think about, how are you going to start the event? What does it look like? What happens when they come in the room? Even go as far as think about when they register, what happens? What do they get? How do you keep them engaged and prepared for this event from the moment they register all the way through the end of the event? What happens after the event? Think through each individual step. Obviously, the bigger your event is, the more steps you're going to have, but just write it all down. It doesn't have to be organized at this point. Just write it down. Brain dump everything you need to create your vision. Do they need to travel? What's included, right? Or how are they going to arrive? Do they need to be near an airport? Are they driving? What are their takeaways? Do you need a workbook? Do you need a goodie bag? All of those things. Just think through each individual step and write it down. Don't try to do this all in one day. Do this over the course of a week or so that you can just keep thinking through it. Oh, maybe this. Think about events that you've been to that you absolutely loved, what you really liked about it that you want to include. You don't have to start from the ground and go up. We're going to start with then we're going to do a little bit of a reality check, right? We've got this big vision that we want to create. And then we're going to do a reality check. How many people do you want to attend? Is that realistic, right? Again, if you want 500 people and you're on average having 50 people come, that might not be a realistic. Let's shoot for 75 to 100. What expenses are going to be included for your attendees, right? If you're sending a workbook and a goodie bag, those are going to be expenses that you need to factor into your registration fee. What streams of revenue are you expecting? Are you selling or is it free? So your revenue is going to come from the back end because you're going to make an offer, or you're educating people and you're going to be like, hey, I really want to work with them, right? What is your profit goal? It's really clear, and we'll talk more about this when we get to the profitability piece. It's really important to understand what your profit goal is so that we can make sure that we're set up to be profitable. How many hours do you really have an hour to work a week to work on your event, right? You think, okay, I can block out my Friday afternoons and I have 4 hours a week. Okay. So we're going to count for 2 hours a week, because what's going to happen is, your niece's dog runs away and you got to take Friday afternoon to go help find the dog. You get sick and you lose a week. Your fiance needs an emergency root canal. And so now you're having to take care of him because he's in pain and suffering, right? Life is going to happen. So you think you have 4 hours every Friday. So we're going to book out 2 hours. How quickly does your audience make decisions, right? Are some of them really quick? Are some of them, do they take longer? And do you need outside support? All of these factors are going to factor into how long do we need to plan for our event. So once we have an idea about all of those things, then we're going to set the date for our event. And this is actually a real date that I'm actually working on an event in Nashville for right now. If you're doing a virtual event, depending on the size of the virtual event, if you're doing a 3-day summit, if you're doing a 4-day summit, you're probably going to want a little bit longer timeline than, say, just a 4-hour or a 1-hour workshop. But your virtual events are just naturally going to have a shorter timeline than in person, because people don't have to schedule travel. They may not have to schedule like days off of work or childcare or dog sitting or any of those things, right? People tend to make those decisions for virtual events a little bit faster, so you can have a little bit shorter window for marketing. And there's just fewer moving parts. You don't have to get a venue. You don't have to schedule food and beverage. It's just, they're simple because they're all housed on Zoom or Google Meet or whatever. Your in-person events have a much longer window for marketing, because you do have to factor in all of those other logistics. You have to do more planning, because you have to make sure that everything you need for the event gets organized and arrives at the venue. In most cases, there are some exceptions to this, but in most cases, I recommend 9 to 12 months for in-person events. And you might be like, I can do it in 6. And you probably can and be successful. But because in most cases for in-person events, people need longer to pay for it, because it's just going to cost more. So the longer you have, the longer you can spread out those payments for them. They need longer to make a decision. And if you try to compress the timeline, and life happens, let me tell you something about events. They're like toddlers or honey badgers, right? The event doesn't care. You put that date down, you sign that contract, you started marketing around that date, and people have signed up. And then you get sick and you're down for 2 weeks with, the flu. That event don't care. That event is still happening. That event is going to happen on that date. And so a longer timeline is always going to give you more flexibility than trying to compress it. So just bear that in mind. If you think you need 6 months, allow yourself 9. If you think you need 4 months, allow yourself for 6. Because in the long run, it's better to have more time than you need than to not have enough time. So once we have our dates, then what we do is we set what I call our benchmark dates, and we just reverse engineer this, right? So the date for this conference in Nashville is September 22nd through 25th. We're going to do all of our post-event activities in those 2 to 3 weeks after the event. And then we literally did start planning this event last September. We gave ourselves a year to plan this event. And one of the things about your timeline to think about, I know people that work on 18 months and 2-year timelines. And part of that is because at their event, they're selling into the next one. And the only way to do that is to have that next event already scheduled and set. So think about that as your events are growing, as you're doing more. If you're wanting to do 2 retreats a year, or you want to do 2 conferences a year, you're probably going to want to expand that timeline. But again, we can look at all of that with your strategy. Identify your non-negotiable deadlines, because when we start putting in the checklist here in just a second, you're going to want to know what your non-negotiables are. And so a non-negotiable deadline might be, if you're doing a printed workbook, when it has to go to the printer so that you get it back. So if you need anything from someone else for your workbook, then you're going to give them a deadline prior to you having to send it to the printer. And we'll look at that more when we talk about our comprehensive checklist in a second. And then just take a pause right here and say, is your runway long enough? Do I have enough time to do this? Because if you're trying to take a Boeing 747 off on a runway designed for a Cessna 180, you are not going to be successful. You're going to feel overwhelmed. It's going to be chaotic. You're going to be stressed. You're going to be doing the white knuckling, butt cheek clenching, praying to the little baby Jesus in the manger, please let this event work out. And that is not the way that you want to do events. You want to feel good about it. You want to feel confident. You want to have fun doing it. Events should be fun. 90% of the time. 10% of the time, they're just a pain in the butt. But you should be having fun. And if you're not having fun, we probably need to extend your timeline. But once we have our benchmark dates and we know what our non-negotiable deadlines are, we're going to go and create a comprehensive time checklist, which will look something like this. You can use any project management software that you already use for your business. I've used Trello, I've used Asana, I've used Monday, I've used Basecamp. This is just a simple Google sheet that I use with one of my clients. It's easy because we can share it and both make comments. This was what works for her. But whatever works for you to track things. I like project management software because it will send me reminders. But if my clients prefer Google Sheet, then I'll put together a Google Sheet. You're going to go back to that vision you wrote for your event, and we're going to start plugging in everything that needs to be done. And if it's an in-person event, obviously finding the venue, getting a contract, paying the deposits, all of those things are going to be on that farther end of the checklist. And you really will just start plugging it in. And when you've given yourself enough time to plan, if you hit an obstacle, then you can move things around. Include reminders and follow-up. So if you have other speakers that are coming in, just be prepared to remind them and follow up with them. Hey, I need your headshot and your bio. Hey, don't forget that your handouts are due XYZ dates, right? If you're working with outside vendors, if you're working with any sort of contract staff, if you have somebody in social media that does your social media, be prepared to remind them that or follow up on things with them. If you have a website designer that's going to do your landing page, make sure that they understand what tasks they've been assigned and when those due dates are so that they can fit them in. If you're working with a professional event planner that's helping you get things set up, make sure that they understand what their role is if you need that on-site support day of, or if they're doing some of the pre-planning portion of it. Whatever it is, make sure that they understand those tasks go in first and you set those deadlines early. So again, you're just going to be plugging these things in, be prepared to move them out. Whatever you need to do 6 months out, 3 months out, make sure your marketing plan is in here, so that you know when if you're doing any sort of special flash sales, make sure that that's in your timeline, and put a buffer on your deadlines. So back to the example of the printed workbook. If you want to send it to the printer on August the 1st, then you're probably going to tell everybody that the deadline is July the 1st because they're going to miss it. And so then you can have it by July the 15th, and then you'll have that 2-week period in there to work on getting that information in and still get it to the printer by your August 1st deadline. So just pad those deadlines a little bit. And again, any tasks that are going to be delegated or outsourced, you really want to do those first, because if you need a landing page by February the 20th, and you call up your website guy and they're like, oh yeah, sorry, I'm out of town, I can't get that to you. You want to do those early so that they can make sure they get it in their workflow and they can hit the deadlines that you expect them to hit. So once you have the start of your checklist, and this is a living, breathing document, you're going to be referring to this often. It's not going to be one and done. Then what you're going to do is you're going to block time on your calendar. So we're blocking out that Friday afternoon for 2-3 hours. We're going to, and during that time, what we'll do is we'll do check-ins with any staff that we have working on it, contracts, vendors, all of those people. And you're going to look at your budget and your checklist and make sure that everything is where it's supposed to be for right now. If you have a task that there's an obstacle or something that's fallen behind, we're going to address that. And then we'll spend the rest of that time actually working on the things on our checklist that we're supposed to do. Add calendar reminders for important dates. So if you have a deadline with a vendor, they need something 30 days out, you're going to put a reminder on your calendar 30 days prior to that, 2 weeks before that, 48 hours, 24 hours are the reminders that I use. If I'm in a particularly busy season and I'm working on multiple events at a time, which I often am, I'll even do a reminder 45 days. And you think, geez, Heather, do you have dementia or what? No, I don't. But what happens is you get really busy. And again, you're not just dealing with planning your event. You're running your business, you're managing your clients, you're dealing with your family, you're taking care of yourself, you're doing all of these other things. And it's really easy for that deadline of, I got to get the menus to the caterer 30 days out to slip off the radar. So when you have these reminders pop up, it just stays welcome in your brain, right? I got to work on that. So that's that little reminder when that Friday block of time comes around. This week, we're going to work on menus because those are coming up to you in 2 weeks. And I want to have it done. Because the last thing you want to have happen is the reminder pops up that's due today and you don't have it done. And I might know somebody that happened to. I mean, I'm not naming names, but it could have been me. So that's how we're going to get organized. We're going to have a very clear timeline and checklist that we're going to work from that tells us what we need to do and when we need to do it. So, any questions about getting organized? I think I saw something in the chat. Let me see what that was. Day events and a weekend event. Oh yeah, Michael, that's great. Yeah. And sometimes, well, I mean, as long as you get them done, it really doesn't matter how you did it, as long as it got done. That's what matters.
I have to
All
tell,
right.
I have to tell you, Heather, I love the way you've laid this out. Working back the way, I think that's logical to me, but maybe people don't kind of break it down like that. So I love the way you've got it all kind of templated out, and this is really, really useful for folks to see. There's a lot happening. There's a lot of moving parts. And I've seen people sit in one of my rooms and they look at they do a head count and they work out how much the seminar is, and they go, "Oh, that's quite a nice little earner, this one." They don't
Yeah.
realize how much marketing it took to fill that room and how to get the people there. They think it's easy. I've seen a lot of people then set themselves up and they run an event and it doesn't work. And you're like, why is this not working? Like, well, because you don't see all the machinery behind the scenes, So this is great. I love the way you've got it laid out.
Oh, thanks. No, and that is very true. A lot of people get into events think because they've been to one and it looked amazing and they had a great time and it all just flew flawlessly from their perspective, but they don't have any idea the amount of work that went in before that. And in most cases, if you're doing a multi-day event, you need to budget on average 120 to 150 hours to execute that event from start to finish, from conception to you're done with the event. It's 120 to 150 hours. And if you're new to events, it's probably more like 150 to 200 because things are just going to take you longer because you
It's
don't have the things that you're going to copy and paste, right? You're starting from scratch.
it's funny you're talking about the things that can go wrong, and I remember we did a 5-day retreat in Spain, and so we had a whole bunch of people flying in from all over the place, and it was the first time I'd ever run an event in a foreign country. And when we got there, the hotel, which is a very, very fancy spa resort hotel where British football teams would go in their off season to practice and train and stuff, it had gone into receivership. So the company was actually liquidated, and they didn't have our booking, they didn't have our accommodation, they didn't have a training room. We showed up, they didn't even know who we were because all the bookings had been cancelled, and we're like, what? So while the students had a great time, front of house,
Right.
afterwards, me and my friend Jerry, we were making phone calls, we were doing bank transfers, we were hustling like crazy, you know,
Yep.
trying to make this thing look smooth from the client's point of view. It was not smooth. I get held at knife point by a taxi driver because one of my students didn't pay her taxi ride, and he came after me. I'm like, what the heck? So yeah, a lot can happen.
A lot can happen. I mean, I always think event planners are kind of like ducks. Like you see us like coming across the water and we're totally fine, but underneath we're doing like this. So that's how you stay organized and you wrangle all of those details that you have to have for your event, whether it's virtual or in person. Um, I highly recommend having some sort of checklist that you're working from, just so you make sure that you have all the balls that stay juggled in the air. So next we're going to talk about your profit, the money, right? We're not doing this because we just like getting people together and having some good food and drink, right? We're doing this because we want to drive revenue into the business. And that comes down to budgeting, because your profit is either made or it's lost in your budget. The biggest mistakes I see in the profitability arm are not budgeting. And a lot of people don't budget because they're like, well, I'm just overwhelmed. I don't know what to include. So I'm just going to keep track of my expenses and I'll keep track of my revenue. And then I'll just do a little math at the end and hope it works out. It usually doesn't work out. Well, Heather, it's a free virtual event. I don't need a budget. Well, it's free to the people who have signed up and attended. It's not free to you. There are costs to your business to host your free virtual events. And you need to understand what those costs are, because the only way to understand if you're profitable is to know what it costs your business. Not including your time in the budget. You're doing all of this work and you're doing all of these things. You're working at 3 hours every Friday for 6 months. That is time that you are not generating revenue in your business. You are not doing one-on-ones. You're not doing groups. You're not doing sales. You're working on that event. You should be paid for that time, and not budgeting until after the price is set. I can't tell you the number of calls that I've had, and people are like, okay, I'm going to charge $1,500 a ticket for this. Oh, that sounds great. Let's look at your budget. Oh, I haven't done a budget yet. Well, how did you pick that price? I just picked a number. Okay, well, we need to figure out if that number is going to cover your expenses. So you really need to do some budgeting to even be setting your pricing and to determine if it's even feasible for you to do the event. Because I've also had calls when we looked at what it was going to cost and what they could charge, because they knew what their audience was willing to pay. The math didn't math. So they had to do something differently. So let's look at how we create a reasonable budget designed to hit your profit goals. The first thing you're going to do is go back to that vision that you had and identify all the expenses, every possible expense for your event. Then you're going to prioritize them. Your must-haves, your like-to-have, and your nice-to-have. Your must-haves are the things that this event cannot happen without them. If it's in person, a venue, you might have to have a food and beverage, audio visual. These things might be must-haves. Like to have might be a photographer or, a goodie bag. And nice to have are the things that would be really nice to have. It'd be elevate my event to a different level, but no, it's not going to impact the event whatsoever if you don't have it. Nobody's even going to know that you didn't have a videographer, that you didn't have the elevated menu selections, right? So your must-haves, your like to have, and your nice to have. And this is where that why is going to come in. When you're having to just make those tough decisions, go back to your why. Do I have to have this to achieve my why? And if so, then it's a must-have. If not, then it's going to fall in one of these other categories. We're going to start creating that budget. We're going to include all of our must-haves. If it's over $5, it needs to be in your budget, because you can very quickly $5 away your profit. Include the plus. If you're doing in-person events and you're doing food and beverage, audiovisual, any sort of service that the venue is going to provide, they're going to have what they call the plus, and that's a tax and service charge. If you don't know what it is for the venue or for the area, allow 30 to 50%, which sounds high. I used to always say 30%, but I'm working on an event in Nashville, and one of the caterers that we're looking at, we're going to need to allow 50% for tax, service charge, and gratuity. Typically, service charge includes the gratuity, but in this case, the caterer did not include a gratuity in the service charge, so we had to add that. So that's why I say you might want to, as you're learning and growing, you might want to put it on that little high side. Make sure you've covered your salary, any staff that are working on your events. If you have a VA, you have a social media manager, any of those people that are going to be working on your event, a portion of their salary should be in your budget. And then a miscellaneous line item. I usually do 10 to 20% if it's the first time I've done an event with a client. It's the first time I've done an event in a general area, a new area like Nashville. I've never done an event in Nashville, so I'm super excited about that. You might want to put that higher. I usually keep it between 12 to 15%, just from my experience with budgeting. But if you're just starting out, you might want to put it at that 20%. And that miscellaneous line item is going to cover those things that you forgot, or that went over budget that you just didn't budget for properly. And identify your profit goal, right? So let's talk about what are your revenue streams? Is it just registration? Do you have a VIP upgrade? Do you have sponsorships or exhibitors? How many different registration levels are you going to offer? And then once we start plugging those numbers in and we start seeing what you need to charge to cover your expenses, is that fee realistic for your audience? If you're charging $3,500 to meet your profit goal and your expenses, and your audience is on a fixed income and they can only pay $1,500, then we need to fix something, right? And is it going to represent the value that they're going to receive? If I pay $3,500 to come spend 3 days with you, am I walking away with $5,000 or more in value, right? So those are the kind of questions you want to start asking. So what does this look like? So you're going to create a budget with all of your expenses, and just some general event expenses are your venue, your food and beverage, audio visual, vendors. Obviously venue, food and beverage, audio visual don't apply if you're doing a virtual workshop. But you might still have vendors. You might have somebody coming into yoga or meditation. You might have somebody that's helping you with day of stuff, like making sure the recording goes, make sure the playlists are happening, managing breakout rooms, those kind of things. You might have speakers that are coming in to speak. Are you paying them? Are you comping them something, right? You giving a gift? Your event planner, your consultant that you're going to work with, any marketing and advertising that you're going to do for your event. And then some of the overlooked event expenses that I see is your time, credit card processing fees. If you're charging a registration fee and people are paying you by credit card, you're going to pay that 3%. So you want to make sure that's in your budget. The staff salaries, shipping and baggage fees. If you're doing in person and you have to travel somewhere and you have materials that need to get there, how are they getting there? Do you need to ship them? Do you need to take an extra suitcase and you got to pay the baggage fee? Is it going to be a heavy baggage fee? And insurance. If you're doing in person, please have event liability insurance to cover yourself, or make sure that your business liability insurance will cover your events. A lot of times, your event liability insurance is not, or your business liability insurance is not going to cover you during an event. That you're going to have a rider for that. So just make sure you talk to your insurance professional and make sure that you're covered and protected. So this is kind of what it might look like: a budget, actual, and a variance, right? For all the things. And then revenue. Where's our revenue coming from? Do we have registration fees? How many different levels? Is there a VIP upgrade? Is there a post-event revenue program, right? Are you selling into something else and that's where the profit's going to come from, or is it a mixture of the two? Additional revenue streams would be +1 registration, sponsorships, exhibitors, advertising. If you have some sort of program they can advertise in. One thing that I will ask you to note on your additional revenue streams, typically there's going to be expenses associated with them, right? If you do a VIP upgrade, there's something that they're getting in addition. There's expenses associated with that. Sponsorships, exhibitors, advertising, they're getting something in exchange for their dollars. So make sure that you understand what those expenses are to make sure you're pricing those items correctly and make sure you're tracking those expenses separately. I typically do those on a whole different spreadsheet, but for today's purposes, I want to keep it on one page, but just make that note. So this is an actual budget that I used with a client that was doing a virtual 3-day retreat budget, or virtual 3-day retreat. And this is what her budget looked like. We had her salary, we had my consulting fee. She was going to mail a welcome bag and some thank yous. So there was some postage involved. We needed to set some things up on Eventbrite. The welcome bag cost, the workbook printing costs, the thank you cards and the photos to buy those and print those, her credit card processing fees, and she was actually having a yoga instructor come in once a day and do a yoga, and then our miscellaneous. So her 3-day virtual event was going to cost her business just over $14,500. And so for her profitability, she wanted to make $7,000. Well, this means she needs to bring in, and this is where I geek out when we get to this point because I just love playing with these numbers. But she needed just over $22,000 to pay her expenses and hit her goal. Now, we were planning to sell 10 tickets, but you want to budget for just under whatever you really want to sell. Like if you can sell 10 spots, try to sell 12 because one or two people are always going to drop off, but you want to price it like you didn't really sell it out completely, right? Like you have 8 people in her case. And so this ended up being what her total cost per person was almost $1,900. And for expenses and profit was $2,760. So she had 3 levels that she was going with. Her Instabook on a call, pay in full. She wanted to give them a deal of $2,000, which obviously doesn't cover everything. But her full price and her payment plan did. And so basically what happens is you can play with these numbers as much as you want to. At the end of the day, if this is going to be your goal, and this was our final goal for her, we were going to make $22,700 in registration fees, and that was going to cover what she needed. She was going to hit her goal. She ended up having to pause it because life happens and we didn't move forward, so I can't tell you if she was successful or not, but this is where you track your revenue. And you'll see that I'm tracking it by month here. We're going to talk about that in just a second. And I know I'm almost out of time, Jonathan. I'm watching. So track it separately. She also had a VIP upgrade that we were doing. So that's what that looks like. So I set budgets up where I track expenses and revenue every single month. It looks just like my business P&L. And I do that for historical data. And it helps with future planning, right? There's nothing wrong whatsoever with doing budget, actual, and variance for your expenses and your revenue. But it really helps to understand if you're going to be doing events over the course of a period of time, you're going to be multiple a year, you're going to be doing at least one a year. You really want to know when your money is going to go out and when it's going to come in, because then you can look and be like, we're ahead of schedule, we're behind schedule. It really just helps you evaluate things at the end and adjust your strategic plan as well as plan for the future. So that's why I set mine up that way. So profitability, just some final things. Everything in your budget should have a checklist item. And everything, you should review your checklist to make sure that everything that has a budgetary impact is in your budget. So just kind of do that little double check. Make sure you're scheduling time every week to look at your expenses, put your revenue in. And there might be weeks where you don't have expenses or revenue to add. But if you get in the habit of looking at it every single week, then at the end, you're not scrambling because you have 6 months worth of expenses and revenue to put in, and then you realize that you haven't hit your goals. Check your checklist and your deadlines weekly. That way you're staying on track with your planning. And consult a professional, whether it's me or somebody else, it doesn't matter. We have the experience to help you develop a realistic strategy. We can think about those things that you probably didn't think you needed to do to have on your checklist and in your budget. We can help you set realistic timelines. If you kind of be like, I want to do an event in May and I want to have 100 people, and be like, no, we're going to do that in the fall. Learn from our experience because we can help you collapse those timelines. We can help you avoid pitfalls and overcome obstacles. And in the long run, we will save you time and money. And then one last thing, when your event is over, because it's really easy to be like, whew, that's over. I don't ever want to do that again. Or I can't wait to do the next one and to just move on. Please don't do that. Please pause after the event and evaluate it. Look at the good, the bad, and the ugly, because that's how you're going to do better the next time. That's how you're going to improve and make it better for you, your team, and your participants. Do a full debrief. Try to do it within a week of the event. Send a feedback survey to your participants and get their feedback. And identify, did you hit your goals? Did you have everybody you wanted there? Do you need to modify your event strategy? Was it organized? Were there any areas that felt chaotic or overwhelming? Do you need to adjust your deadlines? Do you need to hire a professional to come in and help you figure out exactly why things didn't go the way you wanted them to? And are there items that you need to add to your checklist, like making sure that the champagne is coming iced? And profitability. Go into your budget, finalize all those last expenses that came in, all that last revenue that put in, and look at your numbers. Was the event profitable? Did you achieve your specific profit goals? And if not, where do you need to adjust for the future? Would love for anybody here on this call, if you're watching the recording, you're live, whatever, if you scan the little QR code, and I can actually drop the link in the chat, to give you a complimentary Ignite Your Income consult call. It's a 30-minute call, but you will walk away with actionable steps to ignite your income with events. If you schedule that call in February and you book any package before February the 28th for this group, this is a special link I have for you. So I know you came from this group. You will get 15% off your first month's invoice. So I will drop that link in the chat. I'll leave that in case anybody's trying to scan the QR code. If I can find the chat. There's the link to book your complimentary call. And that's it for me. This QR code takes you to my link tree, so you can make sure you're connected to me. You follow me on all the channels. And so
See, that is why I thought Heather would be ideal to put in front of you guys. I tell you a couple of things. I'm looking at this. This is the post-presentation feedback. So, number one, I love that ladder thing, that stage ladder thing. I've always done it in my head, but to actually see it visually, I think is really, really powerful. So yeah, make sure you get a screenshot of that, or ask Heather for that PowerPoint. Number two, the fact that it's systematic and it's thorough, and the experience really shines through, because you're absolutely right. It's like, I remember the first time I got the bill for the catering for a week in a country club that we ran a course in, and it was like, hang on, the teas and coffees cost more than the room hire. It's like, how does that work? Unbelievable. And the post evaluation thing, I did a kind of rough version of that. Again, you've done it really thoroughly, but I think you do absolutely need to, in the interest of constant and never-ending improvement, sit down and go, what went well, what didn't go so well, how do we avoid that next time? And in an ideal world, you as the thought leader, you as the presenter, all you would have to worry about is being on the stage and delivering good content and having a good event. But when you've got to think about, is there enough biscuits, and is the heating on, and is the car park currently getting dug up by a digger, that all that kind of stuff happening in the background is just not really what you want to be doing. But when you're brand new, you're doing everything. You're
doing everything.
You're at the front desk. You're signing people in. You're on stage. So
yeah,
this is great.
It's really a lot, and I don't want anybody to feel overwhelmed with it. What I want you to do is to understand what you're getting into, so that you start where you are and you do it small where you can manage it, because when you get to those bigger events, you will need because you need to protect your energy, because you have to get on stage and present. So you can't be checking on the biscuits. You can't be checking, is the coffee full? You can't be managing whatever question there is at registration. Or, I've had people come up to me and be like, Heather, the bathroom toilet's overflowing. So I have to find somebody from the venue to deal with that, right? I can't do that if I'm on stage. I can't be dealing with that. So it's just really important to set realistic goals and create a plan to get you from where you are to where you want to be in a way that feels good to you and your business, so that you don't lose your shirt or your sanity, because events can get very, very expensive. And they can get very unwieldy, because they really are little honey badgers and toddlers. They really don't care. They really don't care. Oh, you got the flu? Don't care. Like, you're going to do what I want you to do right now. And so it's important to have that understanding that when you start on this journey, that you're going to try to be managing a honey badger.
I love that phrase. And that all being said, on the flip side, they can be an immense amount of fun.
Oh my God.
Very lucrative, very lucrative.
Oh, so lucrative. And they are so much, I mean, really and truly, when you are doing events, you are creating experiences, you're making memories, and you're building a community that is going to last for years to come. Some of my favorite memories that I have came from events that I worked on 20 years ago that I still go back to and laugh about, right? Like, those connections that I have, those people I've worked with, it is undeniable the impact that you can have and the revenue that you can bring in, because you can make six figures on events 100%. But you need to understand what you're getting into, and you need to do it in a way that is healthy for you, for your business, financially, physically, and mentally.
You just flashed me back to a training room in Glasgow where Michael was wearing a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles mask for the entire seminar. I just like, is it my
Oh,
voice
yes.
picture,
Good
or am I
times.
actually seeing what I'm seeing?
I remember that
Yeah.
one well.
That was a good week. That was a very good week. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. You're an absolute
Welcome.
star at this stuff, and the experience just shines through. It's clear. It's clear you know what you're talking about. And I would absolutely recommend, if you guys are in the slightest bit interested in running events, and I think you should. Part of my program is I always tell people, run a monthly event, even if it's a 1 hour free Zoom.
Yep.
Do something, because it gets you in front of more people. You're now in the public eye. You're on the speaking circuit, kind of, and it will build. It will get, it opens doors. So talk to this lady. She knows what we're talking about. All right, we are going to have another 5-minute break. When you come back, we're going to be spinning that wheel again, and then we're going to talk about the 3 core pillars of what I think every business should have to make it function. Yeah, we're going to show you some cool stuff. So 5 minutes from now, and we'll see you back after that.
I'll just say, for those that are here, I'm glad I didn't know that checklist before I tried putting on an event. I really am. It was proper flying by the seat of my pants at the time.
That's why they're called events.
It certainly was one of those.
All right, all right, all right. We are back. When you're ready, get yourselves back here and we will get underway for part 3 of the show.
Are we back? Hello.
Mikey's back. Mikey, you need to tell me what you want. You've won a prize. What's it to be?
What a prize! Actually, if I can't remember the list of the prizes, but I would like an hour to have a conversation with you. That would do as a prize.
I think we can manage that. I think we can.
Okie doke.
Not a problem. But you have to wear the green mask again.
Oh, it hasn't been seen for a long time.
I love the way that he's now found one of my books.
We do have an excellent book to promote, though. It's called
Absolutely pushed it.
Ignite and Unshackle, The Latent Power of You by Jonathan Clark. Highly recommended. This one's from Amazon. Yours could be too.
Here's my affiliate link. Michael, you're hired for every one of my webinars from now on. Feel free to do some product placement.
God bless you.
Hey, and let me return a favor. This is a certain Martin Doherty who's in the room. This is his book right here. There he is. See, may as well share the love. Nature's Symphony, also available on Amazon. Very thought-provoking read indeed, can I just say. All right, all right, all right. So let's move on to part 3. There are 3 core pillars, I believe. Oh, he's still at it, look. Say what? One of my clients in Australia. Yes, good stuff. All right, enough promotion. Let's talk about something that you can take away and use today. There are 3 core pillars that I believe any business should be running. And typically, at least 2 of them are missing in most aspiring thought leaders' model of reality. The first one I call prepare and position. And prepare and position is all about making sure that you are branded and positioned properly before you put any kind of message out into the world. If you just go out as here's little old Jonathan selling his wares, to anyone with a pulse, well, that's not, you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle. And I see so many people doing that. I'm a coach, I'm a consultant, I'm a therapist. Great. Well, there's a gazillion of them. Or I saw one lady today who was I don't even know what it's called, chromatic soma release therapy, something or other. And she said that in her introduction at a networking event. And I'm like, okay, I have no idea what that means. Nor do I really want to find out, quite frankly. So it's like, but had she said, I help this particular kind of person who has this particular kind of problem to achieve this particular kind of goal, I would have been interested, because there's 3 chances there that she might score a hit with me. I might be that market. I might have that problem. I might want that goal. And if you know your target market really well, you can load that sentence up so that you know it's their problem, it's their goal, it's their issues, and then it's ultra relevant. So it's sticky. You become like Velcro. All right. So preparing and positioning is always the first step, because if you don't do that, you're an also ran. You're just another one of the pack. The second thing is publishing and promoting. So once we've got you right, and once we know who your target market is, you then are in good shape to go out into the world. And that's what I call the publish and promote. So that could be things like having a signature talk that you deliver. It could be things like doing video. It could be doing social media posts. It could be writing a book. But being out there and actively promoting your services. Remember, you cannot sell something unless you market it first. So if you want to sell your services, your products, you need to market it. Simple as that. And that just means saying the right thing to the right people at the right time. That's all marketing actually is. And then thirdly is the profit and prosper phase, where you actually start making money. You start generating leads, and you need to be able to convert those leads. We had a bathroom design company who designed £10,000 and above bathrooms, chrome, granite, everyone's really high end. And in 1 month, we generated, when I was running my marketing agency, we generated 150 leads in 1 month. These were people who had been on his website, watched his video with him in it, went on their CAD, computer-aided design software, designed their ideal bathroom, and then pressed a button that said, quote me happy. And we had their name, email address, and phone number. And we had 150 of them over the course of 30 days. And we sent them all to him. Do you know how many of them he closed? None. None at all. And he came back and said, these leads are rubbish. these aren't leads. And I'm like, hang on a minute. These people have seen your face, listened to your spiel, watched your video, studied your stuff, looked at your prices, designed their bathroom on your software, and now they're asking you for a quote and you don't get a single one of them. That's a sales issue. That's not a lead generation issue. You know, we need to do some sales training. And I see a lot of people that who are, they maybe learn to do marketing, maybe they're naturally good at the gift of the gab and they're good at marketing, or they employ someone to do the marketing. But when they actually get a lead, I had a client come around, I sent them 3 leads and they came back to me and said, what am I supposed to do with these? What? It's like, you're supposed to talk to them and find out what they need and see if you can give it to them and then ask them for the money. That's what you're supposed to do with them. It's like, really? Really? So profiting and prospering is learning how to sell, learning how to get the money in, but also creating other products and services. So for example, a coach might be doing a weekly coaching call with a client, but what else could you do? As a coach, you could be selling a book. You could have an online course. You could have a membership program. You could have a Facebook community. You could be doing live seminars. You could be doing retreats, right? If you're a consultant, same thing. You could have a small off-the-shelf product that a company can buy in, try before they buy. You could do a free taster session. Like one of my clients is doing a 2-hour in-house free taster session for any company who wants it, because he knows that in those 2 hours, he's going to blow them away and they're going to ask him, what else have you got? And he's going to then hit them with these upsell, right? That could be filmed and recorded. That could be turned into an online course, transcribed, turned into a book. Now he's got a book. He can put the book on Amazon. Doesn't cost you anything to put a book on Amazon. He can then make a list of 10 companies that he wants to get in front of. He can buy a copy of his own book from Amazon and gift ship it to those 10 companies. So it arrives in an Amazon box with a little note that says, hey, Mikey, please accept a copy of my book as a token of my appreciation. But what I'd really like is 20 minutes of your time because I think I can help you do X, Y, Z. You send 10 of them, you'll probably get on average 4 appointments. At the very least, you've put your book in the hands of 10 key people who now know who you are. And they may throw a business card in the bin, but they won't throw a book in the bin. That's a very, very easy thing to do. And it's a very, very novel approach. Hey, it's a very good approach to use your book to open doors. You'll make more money from the doors that a book opens than you will from the royalties. You need to sell a heck of a lot of these to make a living. However, one of these could get you a 20 grand gig, right? Or a lifetime client. So that's where the power of a book is. It's in the positioning and credibility, and then the doors the book opens. It's not so much about selling books. Yes, you can do that if you want to. On that point, and for certain authors in the room, the authors who are actually making a living from books are doing 2 things. Number one, they are spending as much time promoting it as they did writing it. And secondly, they're paying for advertising, because that's the only way you'll make a living from books. And all the top authors that I've ever met, that's how they do it. So it's constant advertising spend and constant promotion. Authors have a habit of writing the end, and they think it is. There's the story telling, and then there's the story selling. And that's the hard part that most authors don't do, don't want to do, don't, and then complain that they're not making any money. It's like, well, you need to promote it. You've created a widget, but are you selling your widget? No one's going to run to you unless you tell them it exists. And it's the same with any business. I don't care how good you are at what you do. If you're not telling anybody, you could have the fountain of youth in your back garden. But if you can't market it, you're going to live for a long time broke. Okay, and we don't want that. So there's 3 things that you can do to make sure that doesn't happen. The first one is to prepare and position. Now, this is something that, this is one step of several steps, but we used to find ourselves always going here with clients because it was the one thing that they just didn't do. And it was the first priority that they needed to take care of. So preparing and positioning is all about buffing and polishing you up so you are in good shape to put out into the public. But it's also being very clear on who your public actually is. If my slides would like to hurry up and show up. So it's not only about knowing who you are, it's also about knowing who your target market is, right? So preparing and position. I'm not a big fan of branding. I'll be quite honest. I'm not a big fan of branding. And the reason is this. I think a brand has no meaning and no emotional connection to you if you've never bought from that company. I don't care how good your branding is. If I've never bought from your company and I've never had that emotional experience with your company, then I have no neurological connection to that brand. It doesn't mean anything to me. If you've never owned an Apple product, then Apple is irrelevant to you, right? It's only once you've owned an Apple product that suddenly Apple becomes relevant to you. Now people will queue outside an Apple store in a sleeping bag to get the next iPhone 75 or whatever it might be, because they're loyal to the brand. But it's only because I've had an emotional experience with the brand, and they'll only have an emotional experience with the brand if they buy from the brand. And that means you've got to market first. So kind of positioning. Positioning is about in your industry, making you the logical choice of person to buy from. And that involves a whole bunch of things like your languaging, your credentials, your past experience, testimonials, proof, all that kind of thing. If you've got all that in place, people then buy from you. Now people have an association to your brand. But I don't care how nice your logo is. Business owners always care about the logo, and they'll go and hire a branding consultant and spend thousands of dollars or pounds getting a brand Bible with the right font and the right color scheme. It's like, really? Do you really think the client cares about what hex code of pink is on your website? I don't think so. What they care about is what you're going to do for them, because that's all a client is interested in. What's in it for me? WIIFM, the video channel that we all listen to. What's in it for me? And if you don't tell me what's in it for me, I'm not interested. The most common word on most consultants and coaches' websites is the word I. I did my training in 1972. I have 25 years of experience. I. Guess what? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. They care about what can you do for me. The most common word on your website should be you. You talking to the client, okay? So prepare and position yourself as an authority means you are strategically positioning yourself as different and as the logical go-to person. So I told you about Michael, who survived the Clutha helicopter disaster. If you were looking at 5 mental health for men coaches, and one of them crawled out of a battle scene where a helicopter killed several people and has been through the therapy system and has come out the other side very confident and very strong, do you think the other 4 people have got any chance of getting the gig? If I was looking to hire a fitness trainer, and of the 5 fitness trainers standing in front of me, one of them is a Royal Marine, and I want to get buff and in shape, guess who I'm going to hire? So lived experience is often the key, and people often dismiss this. I had a lady client who was brought to me for therapy on the basis that she tried to kill herself twice, and if I didn't fix her, she would do it the 3rd time. And I said to her, well, clearly you're not meant to be going yet, because so far you've failed twice. Maybe you should pay attention to the fact that you don't want to actually leave. And she basically hit me with the ultimatum of fix me or I'll kill myself. And I went, feel free. Because number 1, I'm not going to play your tit for tat game. And number 2, it's your life, your body, you're in charge of it. Do what you want. Or you can spend some time with me and we can see if we can help you out. Your choice. She ultimately became an NLP master practitioner. She was a prostitute from Edinburgh who'd slept with 250 men, and she used to cut herself with razor blades every day. And during the appointment, she was shuffling about and plucking at her jeans. And I asked her, what's wrong? She says, my scabs are sticking to my trousers. Yeah. So we did some heavy therapy work. She was the longest client I ever worked with. We did 20 hours of therapy together, which was the longest I've ever done with one person. She then went on to do my NLP foundation skills, NLP practitioner, and an NLP master practitioner. And she went on to work with other prostitutes in Edinburgh. And her slogan on her business card was, I've earned my stripes. Now, who are the girls in Edinburgh going to listen to? Me or her? She was infinitely more qualified to do that work than I am. And that's what she did. Awesome, 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 awesome. So preparing and positioning yourself means you are different from everybody else and you are the obvious go-to person. Now, we live in a world of manufactured celebrity. Most of the big names who are superstars and music icons, in my limited opinion, knowing there's a DJ in the room, are usually from the 80s and 90s or earlier. Yes, we've got the Ariana Grandes and we've got all the boy bands and girl bands and all the manufactured people, but an awful lot of celebrity is manufactured, right? There are certain things you can do to make somebody famous. There are elements, psychological elements to celebrity. And a lot of that is easily translatable into the marketing world. There's 9 strategies that I know of to position yourself as the go-to person. And that's about making you special and unique. The biggest mistakes that people tend to make, number one, they don't have any goals. So interesting what Heather said about, you know, have you decided how much you want this event to make you? And have you priced your tickets accordingly based on how much it's going to cost you just to run the thing? What's your break-even point? The number of clients who couldn't even tell me that. You know, what's your break-even number? No idea. Wow. Good luck. You know, so the first mistake people do is they don't have any clear goals. How much do you want to make in the next 12 months? Is my first question that I always ask a client. How much do you want to bring in, income-wise, revenue-wise, in the next 12 months? Great. Well, what's your average sale worth? When a client hires you, what do they spend on average? Ballpark. So if you want to make 120 grand and your price is 3 grand, then you're going to need 40 clients over the course of a year. Yep. Now, if you have 40 clients, if you spoke to 10 prospects, how many of them would say yes? Well, if it's 1 in 10, to get 40 clients who are paying you, you need 400 hot prospects in a year. To get 400 hot prospects, you're probably going to need somewhere in the region of 2,000 leads. So let's look at the numbers here. Have you thought about it? And again, most clients have never, ever done the math. They go, oh, I'll leaflet 100 houses. I'll put a leaflet through the door in 100 houses. Great. Do you know who's behind those doors? Do you know if your target audience lives in that area? Have you looked at the household income levels of that area? What does your leaflet say? You know, how many leaflets do you get through your door that go straight into the bin, straight into the trash? I saw a great, when I was in BNI, the business networking organization, I used to be a regional trainer for BNI. And we had a lady who was an interior designer. And she was very proud one day in the meeting of these postcards that she'd spent a lot of money getting printed. And the postcards was 2 cushions. And the slogan was, no one can hold a candle to us. Right? And she handed these out around the table and everyone was supposed to ooh and ah. And I looked at them being a marketer. I said, can I ask you a question? Do you sell cushions? And she said, no. My first thought was, you're an interior designer. Why don't you sell cushions? Surely that would be an obvious thing. And secondly, do you sell candles? No. But why is your advert talking about candles and showing me a picture of cushions? That doesn't make much sense to me. And there's no reason why I should call you. There's no call to action. There's no phone number on your leaflet. There's no website on your leaflet. What is this supposed to do? Now, fortunately, that very day, I had gone to my letterbox and there was a postcard advert from a lady called Bernadette Doyle, who's a British marketing girl. And she'd put a postcard through my door and it had a website address, a massive headline, and a deadline. And it said, if you want to get XYZ, go to this web address before such and such a date, and you can have it. Now, I know who Bernadette Doyle is. I'm on her mailing list, so it's targeted. She's given me a web address to go to, and she's given me a deadline. I was on that website that morning, and there was this very cool thing that I definitely would want to buy. So I bought it. But I brought the postcard in to my BNI meeting. I said, can I just point out this versus this? And I showed it to the group and I said, votes for, which one do you think is going to get the most business? This one or that one? And they unanimously voted for the one that Bernadette had put in. I'm like, learn from this, please. I'm not having a go at you. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm just saying to you that thing that you spent money on isn't going to work. It's not going to work. And you often see adverts. I see adverts all the time on TV. And sometimes, I don't know if this has ever happened to you, you see an advert on TV and you have no idea actually what they're advertising. You watch and you go, is that a car? Is it a cream? Is it a shampoo? What is it? I have no idea what they're advertising. So have very clear business goals, know what the numbers are, and make sure that your communication is aimed at your target market. If you are talking to parents of newborn babies, then everything about your stuff should be aimed at that target market. The color schemes you use, the music you use, the wordage, right? Trying to appeal to everyone will reach nobody. Being vanilla isn't going to work. And not everyone with a pulse wants what you've got at all. If you're trying to sell calculators and you're down at the beach, number one, where are they going to store it? Because they're all in the swimming costumes. Number two, we don't need calculators anymore because we've got them on our smartphones. So wrong place, wrong time, wrong era. But if you were selling cold bottled water or possibly iced champagne, if you were selling cold bottled water at the beach, I bet you it would go down better. Boom, boom, if you pardon the expression. Right? So who's your target market? Talk to them. Talk specifically to them. Do you have some kind of uniqueness? Are you different? Are you sounding the same as everybody else? Are you saying the same thing that everybody else says? Did you do the same training course that everybody else went to? And your coach taught you to say the same thing? And now everybody's saying the same thing and nobody's different? There's no point in doing that. Don't say I'm a. Erase the words I'm a from your vocabulary. It's I help this particular group of people who have this particular problem to achieve this particular goal in this time frame. There's 4 hooks there. Do you have a plan? Look at what Heather did compared to flying by the seat of your pants. I know lots of people who run events flying by the seat of their pants. There's no plan. And then they wonder why it doesn't go so well. It's a hope for the best approach, right? They're trying random tactics without any kind of structure, which keeps them on an endless hamster wheel of effort with minimum result. Oh, I've got a LinkedIn account because I'm supposed to. I've shot a video and put it on YouTube with my phone because I'm supposed to. You know, nobody's watched it. I go to a networking event and don't talk and don't mingle and don't involve myself. I'll take the soggy sandwiches and the coffee, but apart from that, then you go, networking doesn't work. Well, networking does work, but you have to do it right. There's a way to do it, right? So don't skip the goals. Don't skip any of these things because these are all essentials. If you don't have any goals, your energy is completely wasted. Every good business has KPIs. It has key performance indicators. Any successful business has numbers. It knows what its targets are, and it knows what its activity and productivity are like. You need to know that as well. A simple question: how many conversations have you had this week? And this is Thursday. How many conversations have you had this week with people who are in your market to buy? You don't have to share that with me, but think about it, because it's the conversations that you have with people who are in the market to buy your stuff that will determine how much you make this week. And the more conversations you have this week, the more money you'll make this week. It's quite simple. I know if I do 5 one-to-ones, I'm probably going to get 3 clients because I've been doing this for 28 years. I should have the hang of it by now. But I know if I can get 5 one-to-ones. Now, I went to a networking event today that had 93 people in it. I will be following up a number of those guys. Not all 93, because not all 93 in my target market. But there's at least 10 in there that are. And I'm going to be connecting with them on LinkedIn and going, hey, I'm at your networking event. How you doing? Fancy a Zoffy? I offer people a Zoffy, which is a Zoom coffee. Fancy a Zoffy? And we go on Zoom. And 3 times out of 5, I get them as a client. So I'll go to every networking event I can go to. In fact, I usually have a different backdrop when I go to networking events, and it's this one. And this backdrop has my paid group over here, Get Found, Get Hired, Get Paid. And it has my free Facebook group over here. And the last networking event I went to where I used this as my backdrop, 20 people joined my Facebook group. And I didn't notice it because I was teaching at the time. I wasn't paying attention. But what they were doing was scanning the QR code and joining my Facebook group. I'm like, huh, look at that. So when I go networking, I have that behind me. This is wasted space. Why not use it to reinforce your message, right? So get something useful on that billboard, at least a QR code. Don't be generic. That's something else people do. I help people live their best lives. Or my personal favorite, the one I hate the most, is I'm going to take things to the next level. What does that mean? What does that mean? I hate that statement. It's like one of these corporate jargon kind of phrases. You know, I'm a coach, I'm a consultant. No, what you are is invisible. You're invisible because you're just one of a group. I can't see you. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. And Don't try and sell a basic service and assume that everybody knows what it is that you do. Right? Talk about what your business does. Yesterday I was on a mastermind group yesterday with my networking group and my mentor. And there was a guy on there, who was being the center of attention, brainstorming to help him. And he spent most of the time talking about what people get included in his package. So here's what's in it. At no point did he tell us who it was for and what it gets them. Like, what is the end result? Why would anybody care? Oh, you get 14 modules of this and 5 there, and there's 16 handouts and there's 14 videos and what else? Like, I don't care. What is it? And why would I want it? Right? Be specific. I see a lot of events, and probably Heather will agree with that. I see events all the time on Facebook and Instagram. It's like, come and do my weekend seminar. It's X amount of money and it's going to happen on this date at this venue. It'll be fabulous. It doesn't tell me what it is. It doesn't tell me who it's for. It doesn't tell me why I should go. And then you wonder why nobody showed up. So I've got better things to do, unless you can convince me that I should be at your event rather than somebody else. Okay. So make that very, very clear. Now, I like to get people to create a framework. I like to get people to just, again, this is exactly what Heather did. Sit down and go, okay, let's get a really clear vision of what you want to achieve in the next 12 months. Like, how much do you want to make? And doing what? Like, how are you envisaging this? When you decide to become a solopreneur, you decide to launch a side hustle, you must have had a picture in your head or a movie in your mind's eye of how you saw yourself working and living and doing and earning a living. So did you picture yourself, like, does Mikey see himself in like Ibiza, on a beach with the decks out, or is he in Ministry of Sound in London? Is he doing a European tour? Is he in the States?
Mikey's on his little poolside centre island cocktail bar, serving his own cocktails, playing his own tropical house music in the peak of the summer, with everybody around him just having a jolly old good time, relaxing and living life to the full.
There you go. See? Brilliant. Now, if you've got that clear vision in your head, it's like, okay, now what's that going to take? How are we going to get there? Where is it? When is it? And what do you need to do in order to get there? Okay, what are the steps? Start with the end in mind. One of the key things about goal setting, this is really obvious when you think about it. If you're standing in now and you're looking at your goal in the future, actually, sorry, I'm sure this way. If you're standing now and you're looking at your goal in the future, this is called spatial anchoring, by the way. People read from left to right in the Western world. So this is the future, that is the past. Keep that in mind. If you're looking at a goal in the future, you've got between here and there to get to. You've got a gap to get from here to there. You've also turned your back on all your past experiences, which makes it look a long way away, right? The law of attraction implies that there's a gap between where you are and where you want to get to. But if you start with the end in mind and you go, okay, here I am on my island, serving people drinks, they're all having fun, we're all having a good time. Looking back at how you got there, as well as all of the past experiences and resources that you already have in your past history. That's why starting at the end goal and working back is much more effective than starting it now and trying to work forward. That's just harder. That makes sense? Subtle distinction, but very important. Break it down. And then who do you want to be working with? Who's going to be at your event? Who's sitting in the chairs? Who's signing up as clients? Who do you want to work with? Who do you get energy from? Who can afford you? I spent the first 10 years of my business dealing with largely housewives doing therapy at 75 quid an hour, right? That's, you should have hired me then. That's cheap as chips. That is like, that's hard work. That's a lot of hard work, a lot of hours, a lot of hard work, not very high numbers. The minute I switched to doing training courses and online programs and big events, all of a sudden the money gets bigger and the average ticket value is higher. Okay. So you need a market that can afford you. That's really important as well. If you want to go after all the broken, wounded birdies with broken wings in the world, that's fine, but can they afford to pay you? You need a market that's got disposable income. You should have some kind of unique value proposition, some kind of USP that resonates with people. So what can you say that no one else can say? Or what is your particular angle that maybe other people aren't doing? Right? Can you get really specific? Are you the LinkedIn queen? You know, are you the Facebook group specialist? Are you the baby massage expert? The more you can niche down, because in the old days, it used to be health, relationships, and money. The big three niches in marketing were health, relationships, and money. Now, that's all about survivability and replication. That's all about human evolution and the need to survive and replicate. The way you survive and replicate is by money, relationships, and health. If you're healthy and you're having relationships, you're going to replicate. If you're not, you ain't, and you're out of the gene pool. So the three big marketplaces were money, relationships, and health. Then we started to get things like within the health industry, we started to have things like keto and the Atkins diet and food combining. We started to get a little bit more precise, a little bit more niched, right? In money, it became things like insurance, investment, saving, mortgages, crypto, right? And they got more and more and more sub-niche. Go on to Amazon.com and look at all the categories down the left-hand side. And when you click on one, you'll see all the subcategories. When you click on one of them, you'll see all the subcategories. Amazon's very good at selling stuff. And one of the reasons is because they catalog things. So you can find, if you're interested in World War II bombers, you can find a category for that. In fact, we've got a client right now in Canada whose grandfather was in the Royal Canadian Air Force in a particular squadron, and he's going to be selling die-cast metal models of Lancaster and Halifax bombers. But if your grandfather was in World War II, he'll get the reference number, the flight number of your grandfather's flight and put it on the model. That's very, very niche. It's also very, very cool as well. He's even going to be doing flight jackets, you know, the big pilot flight jackets, the big fluffy collars. He's going to be selling them as well. Genuine replica of what his grandfather would have worn in 1945. That's a very niche market. But you know what? I bet he does well because there is a market for that, right? That's a unique value proposition. What's your speciality? And then you need a plan in how you're going to actually get that word out there. You know, I always talk about my father-in-law was a great fisherman. I know nothing about fishing. Never fished in my life. And he used to talk about fishing all the time. And he said to me one time, John, do you know what the first rule of fishing is? And I said, no. He said, find a river with fish in it. Right? Second rule is put the right bait on the hook. Because in his garage, he used to have all these different beads and googly eyes and sparkly string and also different things. And he would make his own flies. He would make his own little imitation insects and put them on the hook because different fish go for different insects. So a different bait for different things. My question to you would be, who are your fish and where are your fish? Are your fish on YouTube? Is your target market on YouTube? If your target market doesn't go near YouTube, why are you doing videos on YouTube? Right? It's like if you sell fishing rods, would you sell them in the local newspaper where maybe 1% of the readership are fishing people? Or would you sell it in Angler's Monthly magazine? Because guess what? 100% of Angler's Monthly readership are fisher people. What a great place to advertise your fishing rods. So think about that. Where are your fish? You want to be wherever they are. Heather, was that a question or a comment? Or were you sneezing?
No, I was going to say people, the Anglers magazine is where you want to be if you're trying to find fishermen.
100%. 100%. Absolutely. But people don't seem to think like that. So that's step one, preparing positions. A whole bunch of things in there that I want you to think about. Publish and promote is now actively going out into the world and trying to engage and start conversations with your target market. Now, to do that, you're going to have to make sure that you are putting out a message that is going to resonate with your clients. And you've got to position yourself as the solution, that there is value in what you offer, right? I ran a promotion a couple of months ago for a thing called the 15-minute workshop wizard. And the 15-minute workshop wizard is a way to design a complete workshop covering all the learning styles, with graphics and stories and metaphors and calls to action and decision making, all that good stuff, and all the PowerPoint slides, gamma.app, and you can create the whole thing in 15 minutes. And so the 15-minute workshop wizard was, I think it was a 2-hour seminar online. You buy that, and I give you all the resources you need, including the super prompt that will write your entire presentation for you in minutes, and the PowerPoint slide thing. And boom, you can create a workshop, seminar, retreat, event, teaching segment, book chapter, whatever you want, in 15 minutes or less. That's what it's called. And it was aimed at teachers and trainers and speakers, because those are the guys and managers who have to prepare PowerPoint presentations or presentations. I could do a spin-off for teachers and make it an education tool, the 15-minute teacher wizard or something, right? This specific niche advantage thing. Okay. Hopefully this has given you ideas. So don't sit there waiting for clients to come. So many people think build the better mousetrap and they will come. No, they won't. No, they really won't. If you're printing business cards and then throwing them like throwing stars at people, you know, throwing your money down the drain, you know, that's not a promotional strategy. You should be getting their business card. Don't give them yours, get theirs, because then you're in control of the conversation. You can decide who you follow up. But having a website is not enough. If you think having a color leaflet and a website and a business card and you're going to be fully booked, you are deluding yourself. Having a shop in the high street, we're going to be busy. Have you seen how many empty shops there are on the high street? Since COVID, companies and banks have realized they don't actually need a premises and staff. They can all work from home. There's this entire tower blocks in Glasgow City lying empty because all the staff are at home now. So you can't just build it and wait for people to come to you. You have to get out there and actively sell it. And you have to be talking not about you. Stop using I, and change it to you. What's in it for them? What are they going to get? Talk about their problems. Talk about their issues. Talk about their needs. They don't care about yours. You know, on your Facebook page, you put a picture of what you had for lunch today. I don't care. And I ain't following that Facebook page. But if you showed me, because I'm a back pain client and I've come to you as a chiropractor, if you show me a good book about back release exercises, or you send me to Amazon to get a foam roller thing, or you show me a pain relieving cream, or you give me a stretching DVD, or, you know, that all makes sense. I'm going to follow you. But I don't need to see your kid's bar mitzvah. That's got nothing to do with me. And you shouldn't be putting pictures of your kids on Facebook anyway. Oh, the other one is the set it and forget it method, where they put up a website and they wait for the phone to ring. We had a client who's done exactly this that we spoke to this week. Put up a website, paid a design agency to actually design this gorgeous looking website that I couldn't actually find the contact us page. I'm like, this is a gorgeous looking website, but I can't actually reach you because it's buried. The link is buried. I thought that's not going to work, right? We're expecting your once a week post on social media to bring you clients. It ain't going to work. I hate to tell you, it's consistent outreach. It's what you do consistently and persistently that makes you any money. So don't sit there waiting for opportunities and you're sitting there passive. You know, print materials on a website are only effective if they're part of an overall marketing campaign. What's interesting is there is no magic bullet. There's no one thing. Oh, TikTok videos, that will do. Maybe, maybe not, probably not. It's when you combine TikTok with a landing page and an email follow-up system, or a chat bot with an email follow-up system, or a Facebook group. Those combinations are where the clients are. Okay. And again, just to reiterate this point, it's not about you, it's all about them. So don't talk about yourself. You can talk about yourself as long as you quickly say, and this is relevant to you because, or, and that means that I can help you with X. They don't care about your story. We had a client in one of our BNI chapters once. He was a designer goldsmith, an artisan goldsmith. This guy gets sent rubies from Dubai to Scotland to forge a handmade gold ring with platinum claws holding this ruby in place. And I don't know what the price of that was to the client, but he drives a Maserati, and he's very well thought of, and good God-fearing Christian church man, makes an absolute fortune, and he designs bespoke jewelry. He once showed us a picture of this still freaks me out. It was a ring with a diamond in it. And the diamond is in a hoop, a single circle of gold. And it's loose, it moves, it rattles around inside the hoop, but it can't fall out. The way the hoop is around the diamond, the way the diamond is shaped, it physically can't leave that hoop. But I would spend my entire life staring at my finger just to make sure the diamond was still there. And I'm like, how does that work? How does that work? Someone buys that? Oh my God, this guy gets paid fortunes. He went up and did a 10-minute presentation. 8 minutes of the presentation was his life history at school, and then at college, and at university, and at design school, and all that stuff. The last 2 minutes were of some of the rings and jewelry he's produced and some of the testimonials from the clients. And he came to me a few months later, because I was looking after that chapter, and he said to me, I don't think my 10-minute presentations are working. What would you do differently? I said, I would take the 8 minutes and 2 minutes and swap them. I'd spend 2 minutes talking about your past and your qualifications and who you are, and show me your stuff for 8 minutes, because that's what people want to see. Show me the testimonials, show me the happy brides, show me the engaged couples, show me the woman whose mother's jewelry has now been turned into a necklace and it's got some of her ashes in it. Show me that kind of stuff, because that's what people will buy. They don't care about your background. And the minute he switched that around, all of a sudden he started getting more referrals. And it's like, isn't that interesting? Okay, talk about the client. Don't talk about you. It's not about that. You want to attract clients. You don't want to seduce clients. I talk a lot about the difference between seduction and attraction. You know, seduction is you going out there and making people buy from you. And that's not, I don't particularly like that approach, because I heard years ago, I had a Disney employee tell me, people don't like to be sold to, but they love to buy. And that really stuck in my head. Nobody likes being sold to particularly, but we love to buy stuff. So when that shop assistant bounces up to you with endless enthusiasm and goes, hey, how can I help you today? And you go, leave me alone, I'm just browsing. You know? Certainly we do that in the UK. I don't know if it's different in the States, but in the UK, if a member of staff goes, hey, can I help you? You just go, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. I'm just going to look. Thanks very much. Attraction is making yourself the most magnetic, the most logical, the most best positioned person you can possibly be in your industry, so that people come to you. They are naturally attracted to you because of your vibe, your energy, your personality, and you're saying all the right things. And you're talking about them. You're not talking about yourself. That's attractive. Okay, making yourself attractive as opposed to trying to convince people. I'm not in the convincing industry. I hate it. I was in sales for 7 years as a financial advisor. I loathed every minute of it. What I much prefer is going, here's what I've got. Here's what it does for you. Do you want it or not? My favorite sales close is, would you like some help with that? That's my most successful sales close because I'm not trying to close them. I don't want to convince them. I'm not trying to make them buy something they don't want. I'm trying to find out if what I've got is a good match for what they need. And if it's not, it's okay. I'll talk to somebody else. I need a sale. I don't need your sale. Does that make sense? So it's attraction. It's like, it's okay if you say no. It's okay if you don't buy. Someone else will show up. It's all good. Okay. Client-centered messaging is part of that. So it's all about them. I've said that to you before. It must speak to their needs. It must speak to their pain points, their goals. It's not about you, it's about them. And you have to build that over time. You can't just be a one-hit wonder. You can't put one thing out and think that's going to do it. You know, how many times, how many ad slots are there in the average hour on TV? It's interesting because in the States, it used to be every 7 minutes. And in the UK, it used to be every 15 minutes. But in a lot of UK commercial channels now, it's every 7 minutes. And during COVID, they doubled up the advertising. And I don't like TV ads at the best of times. It annoys me when my program is interrupted and I've got to watch something about carpet cleaning. You know, it's like, bring back NCSI. Bring back the Avengers. I don't want to see. But now it's every 7 minutes because they've learned that it's multiple hits. How much is a Super Bowl Sunday commercial at halftime cost? Because they know they have a captive audience, they have millions of people watching. But one isn't enough. You can't just do one campaign. The number of times I spoke to someone and say, what was your best campaign ever? And they go, oh, we did this thing on the radio, or a bit of TV advertising, or we did this Facebook ad and it worked really, really well. And they go, great. How often have you done that? Just once. Well, wait a minute, it worked. Or you run an event, Heather. You run a big event and it fills and you get lots of back end sales. You go, great. How often have you done that? Oh, just the once. Why? Why haven't you done it again? And are you on social media? Are you on a free website? Do you know Facebook is, I think, the third biggest country on the planet in terms of numbers? If you're not using Facebook every day, you're missing a trick. It's free and you can reach millions of people. Facebook advertising is the cheapest and most highly targeted form of advertising on the planet. Because Facebook knows everything about you. The CIA designed it that way. I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? Facebook knows everything about you. So if I want to speak to new mothers of newborn babies in Delaware who've moved house in the last 6 months, I can get an ad in front of them. That's how specific it is. So it's cheaper, but it converts way better because I'm saying the right thing to the right people. Okay. So are you following up people by email? Do you send emails to your people? I worked with a financial services company a few years ago, just before COVID. And I said to them, do you keep an email database of all your clients? And they went, oh yeah. I went, how many have you got? Oh, 40,000. When was the last time you sent an email? We've never emailed them. What? Guess what we're doing this week? Guess what step one of the campaign will be? We're going to do a 4 email sequence, 4 days in a row, to all 40,000 of your people. Let's see what happens. They got a massive cash injection. And they went, that was a really good idea. And I'm like, yeah. Like, what? What? Do you follow up your people? When you get a lead, do you follow them up? Because you should be. The fortune's in the follow-up, right? That's why TV ads run and run and run and run and run again, because it's exposure. How often are you hitting the average prospect? Now, the third part of the jigsaw is profit and prosper. That's when you start bringing the money in. And that's when you start adding other income streams to your bowl. So I was tootling along quite nicely, doubled my income within the first 4 months. And I'm doing one-on-one therapy. And then I decided, because I was scared of public speaking, because I had an ulcer at age 19 by being so timid and shy, I got really fed up with that. I decided I'm going to make myself stand in front of groups and I'm going to learn how to present. And I started doing workshops. And one of my trainers said, do a workshop even if it's in your own living room. And my first workshop was 3 people on a couch in my own living room. I bought a flip chart to make it look a bit better on an easel. And then we went from there. And I love it. I love being in front of an audience. And up until COVID, I was running courses and seminars and training courses on the stage in front of people every week. And I loved it. I haven't done any since, interestingly. And there's a few reasons for that. But Heather and I can talk about that at a later date. But the minute I added workshops and seminars to my repertoire, all of a sudden I'm earning more money and I'm also getting more clients. Because, for example, one person, I didn't know that they were at my public event. They ran back to their employer, which was Barclays, and they raved about my stuff to the managers. And I then got a phone call from Barclays to come in and pitch Barclays. That led to me running several NLP practitioner courses at $3,000 a day inside Barclays. That's also how I got into Morgan Stanley. It's also how I got into Virgin Cinemas. I ran a public event and someone in the audience ran back to their workplace and went, we need this stuff in-house, right? That can happen. All of a sudden, you've got a corporate gig from a public gig. So that helped. Writing a book, that book that Mikey showed you, written in 2006, that was my coach's idea. Take some of your seminars, get them transcribed, turn it into a book. Many people have read that book and said, when I read that book, I can hear your voice. Yes, you can, because it's a transcript. It's literally me talking, you know. And all of a sudden we had a book produced. I've written 27 more since that one. And they're out there earning money every month. Amazon pays me every month. I like that. I don't have to do anything else. I wrote 2 over Christmas and New Year, and I have 60 more in the pipeline. That's part of my retirement plan, is to have all these books out there forevermore, all dripping roast into my pension fund. The minute I added books to my repertoire, income up again. Then I started doing more corporate training, in-house training with companies. Income goes up again. Then I start running certification training courses. I'm actually certifying people, giving them qualifications. The income went up again. Right? So every time you add a new product to your portfolio of products, your income just increases because you've got more stuff to offer. At the back of your workshops, you can sell your course, your books. In your books, there's an advert for your online course. In your online course, there's an advert for your coaching. In your coaching, you can invite them to your events. Right? You're all into mix. You name me a big speaker in the pub, certainly in the personal development world, who doesn't have a book. Right, you can't. Or who doesn't run events. Tony Robbins hired one of my teachers, a guy called Frank Kern, about 8 years ago. And suddenly Tony was all over the internet. Prior to that, Tony didn't use the internet very much. But when he hired Frank, who's the highest paid internet marketing guru on the planet, suddenly Tony was everywhere. And now Tony does his big live events that I've done several times. He does them on virtual in a studio with like 1,000 screens around them. You've probably seen that. You could do that because here's the thing. Think about this. If there's 10 people in your Zoom room or 1,000 people in your Zoom room, it's no extra work for you. But it's a big difference in terms of sales. And your Zoom room, you're limited only by how many people your Zoom room can handle. Excuse me. I think this can handle 1,000 people. So you're only limited by how many people your Zoom account can handle. Right? And when you hit the end button, you're done. There's no more work to be done just because there's 1,000 people in your room. So your group coaching programs or virtual programs are infinitely scalable. And guess what? You don't have to pay for the tea and coffee. The students bring that themselves. So think about these other things. Now, the problem is, just before we go to the next break, people invent stuff without any kind of research or validation. So they build an online course, they spend months building it with no idea whether anyone's going to want it or not, right? Or they write a book thinking that people are going to love what they're writing about, but they've only got their own personal passion to go on. How do we know there's a market for it? It'd be better if we had a way of validating our ideas or testing the market before we put it out there, or even better, modeling what's already selling. And as I alluded to at the start of this today, we have ways of doing it. We have the ways to do that. So rather than guessing, we're actually using proven sales data, live sales data as of today, fresh, to tell us what is actually selling right now. And then we offer our version of that, right? Our proprietary version of what's hot right now. Look what happened with the pandemic, with personal protection equipment and hand sanitizer. I'm told, I live in Scotland, how would I know? But I'm told during the California gold rush that the people who made the most money were the guys selling the shovels. Supply and demand, right? Smart thinking. So think about that. Look at what the market is buying. What's hot right now? What do they need? What do they want? And by the way, there's a difference between what they want and what they need. People don't buy what they need. People buy what they want. If we bought what we needed, we'd all have filtered water, solar panels, a nutritionist. We don't buy that stuff. We buy what we want. And people will always find money for what they want. Always. I used to work in DSS, Department of Social Security, the benefits agency for the government. That was one of my first jobs. And I would see guys coming in looking for a loan to buy a washing machine, knowing full well they had a washing machine and they would move houses. and they would pass it on to their neighbor. And then they would go and claim to get a loan to get a new washing machine because I don't have one. And if the fraud guys came out to inspect it, they would find there's no washing machine. So the loan would be granted. Then they get the friend to give the washing machine back so they can claim. And everybody knew that was the game. Everybody knew. But you know what? I think it's good that a human being has the ability to clean their clothes. And I was getting paid either way. It didn't matter to me whether they were conning the department or not. So I'm like, yeah, no problem at all. Put your claim in. And while you're claiming for that, claim for this as well. because it was like, let's help people out, you know. One of the reasons I left the civil service was because one of the fraud team guys at an office party pinned me against a wall and told me to stop rocking the boat. I was writing positive thinking newsletters in the civil service newsletter, and he pinned me against a wall during an office party and told me to stop it. And I was like, do you know what? You're just proving me right. You're just demonstrating everything that I wrote about in that newsletter. I then resigned 30 days later. The other thing about this is testing and iterating. A lot of people, what they do is they put something out, and if it doesn't work, they just go, it doesn't work. They throw their hands up in the air and they just trash it. Instead of, let's tweak it a little bit and put it back out. Right. So I'll give you a perfect example of this. One of my novels, it's called Damnation Allies. It's about a tower block in a US city that has been terrorized by a very nasty gang of criminals and perpetrators. And they're charging the few remaining residents who are still managing to live there protection money. So you give us money or we beat you up, kind of thing. And one lady in her 50s decides she's not having it anymore and she refuses to pay them. So they kill her. Unfortunately, this lady that they kill is best friends with a leader of a supervillain team. And the supervillain team are way worse than the gang are. And so the supervillain team come along and they dispense justice in their particularly unique manner. And it's a very dark novel, but it is about justice and, you know, evil getting its just desserts and all that kind of stuff. And the supervillain team actually turned out to be quite nice people. But there's some grisly stuff in there, but it's nothing they don't deserve. Now, I wrote that book last year and I put it out as a free novel. It's completely free. Anyone can grab it. It's out there for free. With a view to then, in the back of the book, it advertises all my other novels. So the idea is they get the free one. If they like it, they'll hopefully buy some of the paid ones, right? And by the way, I've got their email address, so I can always launch every new book to that list of people. Something else that authors do. The funny thing is, I ran a Facebook ad the other day, and I advertised the book with its existing cover, and I decided to test a variation of the cover, right? Just to see what would happen. Here's what happened. 40 people clicked the ad with the existing cover that's on the book. 4,000 people clicked the ad of the made-up cover. I went, oh no, I'm going to have to change my book cover. So I changed my book cover to match the one that got the 40,000 clicks, because that's a more popular cover. Right? Now what I'm running this week is 3 ads with the same cover, but 3 different headlines. And at the end of the week, I'll be able to see which of the 3 headlines got the most clicks. And that will go into the next advert. And I'm refining and iterating. And eventually what I'll have is an ad that every time I run that ad, I sell lots of books, or in this case, give away lots of books, right? But it's only by doing the mad scientist thing and testing and tweaking and testing and tweaking that I'm going to get that result. And that's what people don't do. They don't do. But you should do. You should improve it. You should listen to the feedback you get from your clients and your students and go, I can incorporate that. I'm going to use that suggestion. Or somebody goes, why don't you do this? And you go, that's a great idea. Let's build that in. Right? So iterate. Just continually tweak it and perfect it and buff it up and make it better and better, better, better. So don't think it's perfect. You need to test it. Perfectionism doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. So don't do that. Test, tweak, measure, and continually improve it. Pay attention to the data. Look at your stats. Look at your numbers. How many people go to your website? What pages do they visit? What pages do they leave? We've got a client, Garth. Garth ran a Facebook campaign the other day, and it's a video. And he said, yeah, I'm not getting any leads from my ads. So we took a look at it and went into the dashboard, and we discovered that the average watch time of this 3-minute video is 9 seconds. After 9 seconds, people leave. So I said, whatever you're saying in the first 9 seconds, it ain't working. We need to change it. Right? So now we've got a 1-minute advert and it's a lot more punchy, and we're about to put that back out. But he wouldn't have known that had we not gone into the stats and actually looked at, here's what's actually happening. Right? If 1,000 women look inside the hair salon, but keep walking, whatever they saw didn't work. We need to get them into the hair salon. It's the same with your website. I don't care if you've got 1 million people on your website. If you're not capturing their email address, you can never follow them up and you never know who they were. Do you even have stats on your website? That's a common thing that we see all the time, that they don't even have a stats package on the website. They don't have no idea how many people looked in their window. You need to know these things. All right. So, and I also encourage people to do a quarterly review. Sit down every quarter in their business and just go, what's working? Is the ads working? Is the Facebook thing working? Is the social media work? Where are my leads coming from? Is that networking group worth going to? Am I actually getting leads from it? Does that magazine thing work? Did that weird calendar deal that I signed up for, did that ever actually get me any business? You know, just keep looking at this stuff and refine and refine and refine until you start to see patterns. You go, okay, whenever I offer this, people bite, right? The right fish on the right hook. And then when I follow them up with these emails, they join my Facebook group. When they join my Facebook group, for every 28 free members in my free group, I get a paying client. I know that for a fact. So it's like, okay, if I want a paying client, I need to get 28 people in my free group. I think I'll go networking with that QR code on my backdrop, right? But you only know that if you pay attention and track everything. So those are common things that people don't do. Any questions about any of those? Any comments, questions, feedback?
I've just got the outstanding remark of being at your NLP practitioner and the repetition of there is no failure, only feedback.
Correct.
And that's just what's ringing through my head right now, to be quite honest.
You always generate a result. You always generate a result. The question is it the result you wanted? If you can let go of the need to get it right and go, it's all feedback. So some of it will work, some of it won't work. Take what's working, do more of that. Stop doing the stuff that's not working. But you always generate an outcome. Learn from it. You know, a plane continually checks its location in relation to the planet. The planet's spinning, by the way. So a plane is continually having to correct course because the planet's spinning. So do you think it does that once every 10 minutes? Because 10 minutes, there was a horrible story I heard recently. In fact, there was a crash. Wasn't there a crash today? Did a jet not hit a military helicopter? Yeah.
Last night, yeah.
I heard a horrible story about, I think it was a Boeing 747, I think, with, 270 people on board, took a sightseeing flight to the Arctic Circle. And off they went. The two pilots had never flown that route before. There's mistake number one. And because of the snow, the ground and the air looked the same. So when they looked out the windows, they just saw this like sheet of white flying by. So they figured that's the ground. And unfortunately, somebody had damaged the, whatever it is, the compass, the way the autopilot detects where it is by a degree. It was 1 degree out. But by the time it had flown like 500 miles, it was actually 20 miles off course and it flew straight into a mountain. And everybody died. Everybody died because of a 1 degree deviation in the setting. And that's like, ugh. The flip side of that is 1 degree shift today rolls and is cumulative, right? So if you just do one extra, if you got one extra person on your events per event, that long-term lifetime value of income into your bank account is going to be much higher. You know, if you get one referral from every client, you can double your database. You get 10% extra visitors to your website, you get more sales. If you can get a Facebook ad variation that does 5 clicks more than the other one did, you're closer, you know? So I love that. There's no failure. There's no failure. Failure's not an event. It's not a person, it's an event. You're not a failure. You can't be a failure. You're the sperm that won.
Can I ask a question, Jonathan?
Sure. Oh, hang on, Martin.
To...
Is Martin the best-selling author of this book?
Thank you.
Have I said that right?
Yes. Just to reinforce what you're saying on marketing, what book would you recommend on that? Is there anything you'd recommend to read? Do you've got any?
Good book on marketing.
One in marketing, one in sales, if you've got it.
I would read anything by Jay Abraham.
Jay
Abraham is the marketing guru that Tony Robbins went to in the 80s to make himself famous. John Mahavik, that's his real name, became Tony Robbins and became very successful because he went to Jay Abraham as his marketing guru. He also went to John Grinder, NLP founder, and John Grinder told him to do fireworks. And that's what made Tony famous. But yeah, Jay Abraham is an absolute, what do they call it? The GOAT. He is the absolute god of marketing. Very smart man. And anything he's got, worth a read. I think one of his books is called How to Outsmart, Outmaneuver, and Outposition Your Competition, or something. It's called something like that. It's a really long title, really long title. I bet you he tested the titles. I bet you did. But yeah, Jay's brilliant. I'd recommend him.
Okay, thanks. What about sales? Is there any ones you'd recommend for sales?
High Probability Selling by
Probably.
Jack Worth. And yeah, High Probability Selling by Jacques, as in French, Jacques Worth, W-O-R-T-H. Great book. All about you're in the sorting business, not the convincing business. Whole different paradigm. You're not trying to convince people. You're trying to find the people. Look for the people who are looking for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
What was the author's name on that one?
Jacques Worth, I think it's W-E-R-T-H. Worth. It's W-O-R-T-H or W-E-R-T-H. You'll find it on Amazon. Good book. Good book. Another good book is Positioning by Al Ries. Al, A-L, Ries, R-I-E-S. Positioning. It's a really great book in terms of positioning, the stuff I taught before, not branding, but position. Or, of course, you can join my fully booked Facebook group, which is completely free, and I do a live stream every week where I teach this stuff. But then some of you know that. So, anyways, we're about to have another 5-minute break, our last one of the day, and then I'm going to show you some cool stuff, and I'm going to hit you with an offer because it's a webinar. That's what you're supposed to do. Yeah, but come back after 5 minutes.
It's a jolly good Facebook group too.
Thank you, darling. You can stay. And we're going to be spinning that wheel one last time for today. And then, yeah, we'll see where we go from there. But let's have a 5-minute break and I shall see you shortly.
Thank you.
Hey. Now,
Hello, hello.
am I right in thinking that I forgot to do the prize draw last time?
You would be right in thinking.
I thought that, and nobody reminded me. What's wrong with you people? Okay.
It would be
in which
rude to
case,
interrupt.
we need, no, that's quite all right. We need to
It
do,
would be rude.
not at
Give
all.
me my prize.
Give me my, I want my prize. Good Lord. There's nothing wrong with that. All right. So
Does that mean we get 2 shots this time?
hang on. What we do? Oh, look at this. Right, hang on a minute. Oh. Yep. 4 of my old CD sets. Are you trying to tell me something here, mate? Are you trying?
Yeah, we have a full practice formula here, Jonathan. Some dramatic magic. We have life coaching and NLP and miracles on demand.
Wow, look at that. Good Lord. Good
Collector
Lord.
of fine goods.
See? I'm not. I didn't just get a certificate last week and came on to Zoom today. All right. We just lost somebody. Anyway, see, if you're not here, you can't win any prizes. All right. So we are going to spin the wheel from last time and we'll do it twice because that's only fair. So, Mikey, you won last time. You get to count us down. 3, 2, 1, go.
3, 2, 1, and go.
Boom. And the winner is Martin Doherty. Look at that.
Excellent.
Look at that, my man. So on the prize list, according to this right there, a copy of Smash Riders Walk the Time Machine, a £25 gift voucher once my Zoom catches up, a copy of
What would you recommend for me, Jonathan? Hello?
Oh, that's a smart question. That's a very smart
Clever man.
question.
I will be getting that book to read though, Martin. It looks something right up my street, does that?
I think I would give you the choice, Martin, of either the full-blown NLP practitioner course, which covers a whole bunch of different things, a whole bunch of life skills, or presentation skills specifically. What do you think? Which of those?
Sorry, say that. The signal's not great right now.
Oh, sorry. The NLP practitioner full-blown 7-day training course, which covers a whole bunch of different skills and different intervention, different life things that you can use, all about running your head. Or I would suggest the stand and deliver, which is presentation skills, communication skills, standing up, being more charismatic, being more impactful and influential.
It's a tough one. I think I'll go with the stand and deliver if that's okay.
That's perfectly okay with me. I'm going to write that down right now. Stand and deliver by Adam the Ant. Okay, awesome. But we still need to do it again for the last time because we didn't do it last time. So let me jump over to... So Martin, if you could be doing the honors and count down 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1, go.
Boomski. You'll be glad you did, because you won again.
And the crowd goes wild.
Look at that. Seriously.
I'll take the second option, which is NLP practitioners course.
Do you want another set then? Or do you want something else on the list?
I was highly surprised you didn't take that the first time. Brilliant.
I'll go with the NLP practitioners course.
NLP practice. Wow, look at that. You're in for some interesting sessions. Okay.
Thank you.
Wow. Stand, deliver, and prac together. That's quite a combination. Whew. Okay. This prize spinning thing is causing my Zoom problems. Uh-oh, my Zoom is frozen. Hopefully I don't get kicked out again. That would be inconvenient. Can you guys still hear me?
You can still hear, you can't see you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
It did it earlier. You kind of froze up, but we could still hear you.
Yeah, it's whenever I share this.
Is that McDonald's Wi-Fi?
I need to stop eating these fast food joints. Yeah. Okay. So while this is rebooting itself, does anybody have anything they'd like to ask, share, comment on, questions?
I'm going to comment on the PowerPoint, the slides, the AI points that you put together.
Yeah.
I was fortunate enough for you to get a copy, and I went through them. And to be honest, I saw them and it felt way above my pay grade. Honestly, it did. So if I could catch you to break that down at some point, that would be rather amazing.
Sorry, I missed that, Mikey, because your signal's breaking up at my end.
Oh, those PowerPoints that you sent me on the AI points, the presentations, the Amazon stuff.
Yes.
It's a bit above my pay grade for understanding, so if I could catch you for a little bit of explanation, that would be good.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Happy days.
You've asked for some time together, so we'll do a couple of Zooms and see what we can get you up to speed with it. Yeah, no problem
Cheers,
at all.
bud.
It's just, I mean, to give you an example of what's possible, we've got our client who I told you about with the die-cast metal bombers from World War II. I thought it'd be funny to take his photograph from his Facebook page and turn it into caricature using an AI tool that does that. I then animated that caricature and turned it into a 3D avatar. So I've made him into a World War II pilot with the goggles and the big white scarf. And he's going, okay, chaps, I say we should talk away. And, blah, blah, blah. And then I went on to another AI tool and we created a theme tune. So there's a cover your ears.
Jonathan is temporarily dropped. I'm sure he will be back in a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's made you the host, Heather.
Heather was co-host, so I think that's why the webinar's actually stayed open.
Yeah.
Goodness, Heather was here. Say a brief story, a backstory for Jonathan. I've known him. I first got into NLP. I had a rather troubled childhood, and I really wanted to try and fix myself. And I came across Jonathan's work when I was 15, 16. And by the time I were in my early 20s, I was going up to do one of his NLP practitioners. And in terms of those moments that really stick with you, I will never forget those 3 weekends over the 3 months. It was, and I think those live recordings that you chose actually will have been live recordings for one of his courses. I've got one that's 32 CDs, and just listening to it, it feels like you're in the room. It's fantastic. I really hope you enjoy them.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I just need to find the time. I've got information overload a wee bit at the moment, so that's the only problem. To a lot of information. That's Jonathan back, I think.
Here's some more bits of information coming in.
Yeah, thank you for kicking me out of my own Zoom. Thanks very much.
I know from experience that's a trainer's worst nightmare. So
it's not a lot of fun. I think it's when I've shared that spinning wheel tool, it just scrambled Zoom for some reason. Okay, I've paused, I think. Hello. Why have I frozen?
No, just telling them about the live NLP practitioner. I had the pleasure to join you on all those years ago.
Absolutely. That's why we call them events, because they're eventful.
It was. We're still waiting for another one in the UK, though, Jonathan.
Well, I know. It's
I know.
Do you know? I tell you what's actually concerning me about that is whether people will actually travel and stay. That's what my thought is, because there's, since COVID, there's been a marked shift in how people respond to live events, and I'm just a little bit uncertain whether I'm actually going to get a quota. Maybe Heather needs to take me into a room and beat me around the head for a couple of hours.
I think people need to get over it. Come on, that was so 2021.
I do miss it though. I really do miss it. I miss being in a room full of live people and actually getting that energy, because it's a whole different vibe. It really is. What was I saying before we got sort of really interrupted? Oh yes, diecast metal man. So we took a photograph of his face. We turned it into a 3D talking avatar. Put goggles and a big white scarf on him, and he goes, "Hello, chaps. Let's take the squadron up into the air." And then we went to the Suno. It's called Suno.com, Suno.com. I got ChatGPT to write me like in a World War II style. When you get the 3 girls in uniform around the microphone, and they've got a big band behind them, and they would sing a World War II song. In that style, I asked ChatGPT to write me a song with lyrics, which it did, and then copied and pasted that into Suno. and told it I want a kind of big band World War II style song, and it created one. And that's his theme tune that goes with his talking avatar that all goes on his website that sells the die-cast model bombers. So
Where can I go to hear this?
Well,
Send me a link.
it's not live yet. We're still because right now we're trying to get a Chinese supplier to supply the models. That we've got down. What we're struggling to find is someone who can print the decals of the squadron numbers, because we need someone who's going to do like bespoke numbers. So a lot of people go, "Oh, it's a minimum order quantity of 1,000." We don't want 1,000. We want one. You know, that's the bit we're having issues with. We might need to hook up with a graphic designer or an artist of some sort who would do them individually, and then we have to package them to get. So there's a few hurdles that we need to sort out, but it's a cool product. But it made me think, hang on a minute. Let me give you another one. You want another one? Do you want another cool tool you can go and play with? Go and check out notebooklm.com. No, not notebooklm.google.com. Notebook, as in something you write in. The letter L for Leo, M for mother, .google.com. It's a free AI that Google has created. You can give it any piece of content. So written content, video, web page, whatever you want. It will do a number of things. It will create like a study guide. It will create a questions and answers test, like a self-assessment kind of thing. If you want to give your students a quiz at the end to fill in, it will do that for you. It does a number of things. But the best thing it does, is it will create an audio podcast of a male and a female reviewing your material in a very positive manner. So it's like, yeah, today we are reviewing Heather Black's strategy on how to fill a veg. Heather is an absolute queen at filling it, isn't she? I've seen her stuff. Listen, let me tell you. And it's a massive ego boost to listen to it, but B, it creates a little MP3 file that you can use in your marketing, because it sounds like an independent review of your stuff. Well, it is an independent review of your stuff, but it's completely AI generated. They're not real people, but it's really, really interesting. And you'd even turn that into video if you wanted to. But I wrote a short book over Christmas about police officers being replaced by autonomous drones. And we can guess how well that goes. And so I got them to review my book, and they came up with stuff that I hadn't thought of. There was like moral issues, ethical issues. It would really, really interesting, and actually gave me some ideas on how I could improve the story. So play with it, because it's a really interesting little tool. It's completely free. You can give it anything you want, and it will review it for you. And it's these two people like, oh man, have you heard Mike's new stuff? Oh, it's it's really interesting. But it's also
you know I'll be looking at that.
Absolutely. But I'm looking at these tools thinking, okay, 3D animated avatars. Like you could appear in a video and train people when you're not actually there. But it's your voice, it's your content, and it's you talking, but it's not actually you. Your own theme tune, your own music. If you're doing a podcast, you have your own theme music at the start. Right? So many cool things you can do now. And there's new AI tools coming up every day. I actually have in my notes app on my phone, I've actually got a things still to check out list, which is a whole bunch of AI tools that I've seen, but I haven't had time to actually look at yet. And it's a long list, and it's great. It's like, oh my, think of the possibilities. Your right brain goes crazy with creativity. Anyway, I digress. All right, let's go on to our final stretch for today, and then we can send you guys home happy. So quick recap over everything we've talked about so far. There are 3 core pillars that every business needs to look at. The first is quick test. What's pillar number 1? Silence.
Know your market.
That's part of prepare and position. Correct. So prepare and position. Make sure you know who you are. Make sure you know who they are. So before
Know
you
your market precisely.
know your very, very specific. The more specific, the easier it is to find them, and more of them say yes. And you need to speak to less people because you're speaking to the right people. It's very important. Buying the present for my 7-year-old niece requires very specific stuff, right? You learned that lesson today. The second major pillar is what? You've done prepare and position. The next pillar is what?
Martin, that's cheating, running away when the question's asked.
It is publish and promote. So publish and promote is right. Now you know who you are. Now you know who they are. You now need to start talking to them and doing outreach. So get out there on social media, get out there, speak, get out there and write a book, get out there and appear on podcasts, get yourself interviewed, you know, get on the speaking circuit, make yourself visible. That's really, really important. And then the third one is profit and prosper. So have products and services to sell, have more than one thing to sell. Most coaches sell coaching and that's it. But why not have a book and events and retreats and an online course and a membership? And you could have software, you could have an app, any number of things. Okay, there's so many other avenues to making money and to earning a good living, helping people, doing what you enjoy. So we've talked about a lot of this. Have a target market, define who your target market is, be very clear. You should be able to spot one walking down the street. That's how I like to think of it. You should be able to spot one of yours walking down the street. I was having that conversation once in Parklands Country Club, where I used to run all my events. I was having tea with a prospect, and I was talking about this topic, target marketing. And while I was doing that, a lady called Angela walked past, and Angela is an old friend and client of mine. And I said to her, do you see that girl there? She's my target market. she is a living embodiment of my avatar. That's exactly who I'm looking for. And there she is. You should be able to say the same thing. Because think if you go to a networking event and someone says, who do you want introductions to? If you can't tell me, then how can I find referrals for you? But if you tell me, oh, I'm looking for X, Y, Z, then I can find referrals for you, right? So you need to be specific who your target market is. Know why they buy and why they don't buy. That's important as well. What do they respond to? What makes it work? I bought a product at Christmas. It was a software product. And the reason I bought it was simply because of the headline. It said something really, really interesting. It said, over Christmas and New Year, most businesses, coaches, consultants, and stuff are going to shut down and sit and eat cake and watch TV. But not you if you buy this software. Because if you buy this software, you could have like 1,000 leads waiting for you on January 1st. And I thought, that's a really clever angle. And I looked at it and thought, this is a really nice piece of software. And it's similar to another piece of software that I bought years ago, but it's half the price. I'm going to give this software a little try. And I've been using it. And when I got back to work on the 6th of January, I had 300 new leads. Well, it also did what it said it would do. That's very cool. So they hit me with the right offer at the right time. And interestingly, when you see a sponsored ad, next time you're on Facebook and you see a sponsored ad on your feed, look at the 3 dots in the top right-hand corner and click them. And it'll tell you why they targeted you. It'll tell you why you're seeing that ad on your Facebook page, because you're in their target market. Out for that. And if you have a unique solution, if you have something that's proprietary that no one else has got, it's your own branded method that no one else has got, now you're differentiated, now you are something cool. Now, of course, if you're on this webinar, then I have an offer for you. Next week, I am running a thing called the Revenue Roadmap Workshop. The Revenue Roadmap Workshop is going to be over 3 days. It's going to be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. And we're going to do 4 hours a day, just like this, for 3 days in a row. And we're going to go from idea on a napkin on Wednesday to live on the internet with multiple streams of income by Friday. I kid you not. We've run this once before. Now, let me tell you what this is. I told you about my Launchpad process where we get ChatGPT to talk to Amazon and we do all the research in under an hour in your particular niche or industry. And it prints it all out for you. We then design, we actually rewrite the book. We write the book, we create the online course, we build the website, we put the products on the website, we write all the marketing materials, and we launch it. Now, I normally do that over a 3-month period, and it's called Launch Pilot. And it's my high ticket program that I sell when people don't want to do it on their own and they want us to do it for them. We do that. It's called Launch Pilot, and we ghostwrite the book, we build the websites, we write the social media posts, we shoot the promotional videos, we run the Facebook ads. They just collect the money, basically. They just they vet everything that we do. They see it before it goes live. As long as they're happy, it goes out and they collect the cash. That's how it works. It's a business in a box in 3 days flat. Now, we normally do it over 3 months. In the Revenue Roadmap, we do it over 3 days. So it's literally going to be, we start Wednesday, we finish on Friday, and everything's done. Done. All right. So It's not months of trial and trial and error. It's not, because we're basing it on here's what's already selling in your industry on Amazon right now. We're going to base it on live sales data as of next Wednesday. Here's what's hot. Let's create something. There's no risk because you own everything. Everything's yours. You own the book. You own the all the assets. You own the online course. It's all yours. Your PayPal account or your Stripe account. The money's going to you. It's not going to us. You're not renting it from us. So your campaign is shortened from months to literally minutes. We will have this thing up and running and selling online by the Friday, and it's 5 income streams. So we write a book with you. We create an online course with you. We create a coaching program, a corporate consulting program, and a year's worth of events. We put together a calendar of 12 events. Okay, so you've always got something to market. And those can be live events, virtual events. It's entirely up to you. Hybrid, it's up to you. We give you all the prompts. We give you the ChatGPT super prompts. These aren't like 2-line prompts. These are like long prompts that will do things like scrape Amazon sales data and pull over. It will tell you exactly who your target market is, who is buying these books in the bestseller list right now in your industry, age, sex, interests, fears, hopes, desires, challenges, headaches, frequently asked questions. Everything you need to know about your target market is right there on the page. So that becomes your brand Bible. It's not logos and fonts and hex codes. It's target market. Here's the questions they're asking. Here's what you should be talking about. By the way, here's the book to write. By the way, here's what your online course should contain. By the way, here's how much to charge. Here's what to call it. Does all that for you. So we're actually creating all these products over the course of 3 days. You'll have an online course. You'll have a book. You'll have 12 seminars ready to go. You'll have all the PowerPoint slides. Done. Facebook ads. Done. Website. Done. Okay. Normally over 3 months. We're doing this in 3 days. It is for your use only. It is not for anybody else to lay their hands on. It is taking me 3 years to get the prompts right. So this is for your personal use, not anybody else's. If I see it out with that realm, I will set the dogs loose. However, you will have those prompts forevermore, which means you could launch as many businesses as you wanted to. You could have as many niches and income streams as you want, because you'll have the ability to get the Amazon data and build it all yourself if you want to. But I want to give it to you so you've got that ability, because I want to be the guy that helps other people. Okay, 81% of businesses fail. But we know that for our industry proven fact. 19% of businesses survive the first 5 years. 1 in 5 will make it the first 5 years. Well, we're going to make sure you make it, because we're going to know that what you're selling is based on what's already selling. It's not hope and a prayer. It's not hype. It's this is what's hot right now. To give you a comparison, there is a product called Funnel Scripts, and Funnel Scripts is a really good product. It's been produced by Jim Edwards, who's a major old school internet marketer, and a guy called Russell Brunson, who you might have heard of, who invented ClickFunnels, and there's a big name in the internet marketing world. They've got a joint product called Funnel Scripts, which is $797. And what it does is it writes all your marketing material for you. So it writes your scripts, writes your emails, writes your slides, all that kind of stuff. The thing is, though, it's not based on anything. It's not based on any data. It's just copywriting. So it's writing the words, but it's not based on any sales information or any historic stuff or any predictive stuff. I should have mentioned that actually one of the things that our AI prompts do is they predict what is going to be selling in the future, not only what's sold in the past, because Amazon is continually looking at what is going to sell in the future. And we have a model that's called predictive modeling that actually will build that into, bakes it into the pie. So as part of the recipe, you know, you've got something that's got longevity as well. Now, there should be a 30-day guarantee on this program, but there isn't one. And the reason there's no guarantee or money back reversal on this is because once you've got the prompts, you've got the prompts. So you can then go off and create as many businesses as you want. It's a case of once seen, you've got the keys to the kingdom. So that's why there's no guarantee on it. Simply because, you know, we're handing you technology. Technology is irrevocable. Once you've got it, you can't pretend you don't have it. So you're not launching with enthusiasm and hope. You're actually launching based on 7 research tools, which will craft a product based on what's already selling and it will fill the need that the other products didn't fill, because it reads the 1-star reviews and it looks at what didn't work, what they didn't get, what they still need. And we fill that gap and we create what the market still wants. So you're tapping into Amazon's database for live sales data insights as of today. Now, a couple of things that are going to happen as part of this. Number one, we're going to do a Rush the Charts campaign, which is where we promote your book for a week solid on all our platforms to get it into the Amazon bestseller list. We've done this 44 times in a row. So we've kind of got it down. I can't guarantee number one because it's not up to me, it's up to Amazon. But we can practically guarantee top 100. And that technically, if you're in the top 100, you're technically a bestseller. I think the lowest we've ever done was number 20. We're usually somewhere on that range. We're usually in the range of 1 to 5, typically. And we aim for 1. So you would not only be a published author, you would be an Amazon best-selling published author. And the fact is, I run it for you. So it's me that does it. I'm not delegating it to one of my VAs. I'm not delegating it to any of my guys. It'll be me that runs your campaign. Just so you know. So I'll run your book launch the way I would run my book launch. Simple as that. Okay, so a lot of the challenges, the issues, the fears, the worries, all the things we've talked about today are pretty much handled all up front. You don't have to worry about pretty much any of them. And here's what it creates for you. It creates a book. It creates a free lead magnet. So you'll have a lead magnet, which is a free download that you can offer for people in return for the emails. That's a lead generating lead magnet. It'll create a low ticket monthly membership product. So like online course membership. So people are paying you X amount per month to access your stuff. It'll create a mid-ticket flagship program, like a 90-day group coaching program for like $3,500. And it'll also create a VIP high ticket event. So like a $6,000, $6 to 10 grand retreat, or a 10K one-on-one VIP service. So it actually creates 3 tiers of product effectively. But it's 5 income streams at the end of the day. 5, count them, 5. So for your mid-ticket group coaching course, it'll create all the slides, like the ones you're seeing right now, which are created using the same tool. It'll write your book. We'll take your ideas, your stuff, we'll look at what Amazon's got, and we'll combine the two. And the book will be a blend of your knowledge plus what is selling on Amazon right now. And that's what we sell. It'll create the cover. We'll model the cover based on the best-selling books on Amazon right now. So we know we're in keeping with what's out there. And we'll create the cover for you. Then we'll upload the whole thing to Amazon for you. So you won't have to deal with Amazon. We'll deal with Amazon for you. And then we'll promote the heck out of this thing. We'll create 30 days of social media content. That includes a promotional video. So you'll have an AI-generated promo video for your stuff. We'll set up a podcast for you, which will be on 15 different platforms, including Apple. Okay, and where else does it go? Google Play, a whole bit, Spotify. You'll have 15 different platforms by the time we're finished with you. We'll write all your launch posts and emails. So all the launch posts, all the emails, everything's written for you. We'll create a 12-month calendar to run your business with an event every month. And we'll give you our sales script. So we'll actually create your tailor-made version of a sales script. So you'll actually know what to say on the phone or on Zoom when somebody actually puts their hand up and says, I'm quite interested in your course. Remember I told you about the bathroom designer who couldn't close a sale? We're going to give you a script to make sure you do close a sale. You're also going to get membership of my Get Found, Get Hired, Get Paid program for 6 months. So you're going to get into my flagship program, which is the group coaching program. We meet twice a week on Zoom. And it's all the psychology and all the training behind all this stuff. You don't need to study it because we're doing it for you, but it's there for you if you want access to it. There's also a networking course in there, how to get leads from business networking. There's a LinkedIn training in there. There's a book in 90 days training in there, but you won't need it because you'll have a book in 3 days. And that all that stuff's there. And you can plug into that if you want for the whole 6-month period. You'll be part of the group. You'll also get 2 one-to-one calls with me. So we'll do a immediate debrief the following week. So once we've run the 3-day event, we've built all your stuff and launched it, you and I will have a one-to-one the week after to see how it's going. And then we'll do another one-to-one 30 days later to see how it's going. So if we need to tweak anything, we can tweak anything. So it's not like you're going to not see me again. We're going to be seeing each other quite a lot. You get all the AI super prompts, as I said. You're going to get all the exact ChatGPT prompts that we use. They work on the paid version or the free version. Doesn't matter. We're also going to give you a big picture map of what this whole thing looks like. By the time the machine is built, you kind of need to know what exactly you've got. So we're going to give you, here's how it all fits together. Here's the flow. Here's the funnel, because we're basically building a sales funnel for you. You'll get all the swipe files, all the copy and paste templates. You're going to be part of the Facebook group that we've got, so you're part of a community. There's, I think, 37 members in there currently, all doing the same stuff. You'll be able to create new offers forevermore. You create whole income streams forevermore because you can have the prompts. So you can launch a business in any industry, any industry. My son does judo, and he's been doing it since he was 8 years old. He's now 18. And I was looking at the judo market on Amazon, and there's a massive, massive gap. It'd be very easy to be a #1 bestseller in judo on Amazon. So he and I are putting together a book on judo. Imagine being a best-selling author at 18. That's pretty cool. So you'll be able to do that. You'll be able to write a book on anything. Underwater basket weaving, the course. You can do that. You'll have your own signature program. So you'll have your own branded signature program, 9-step. No one else will have it. Your own color scheme, your own branding, your own funky name. Remember, that's split into 3 levels. You've got a monthly membership version, you've got a group coaching version, and you've got a high-ticket VIP version. You'll have your non-fiction book written and published, and you'll have your 5-question script designed to get people on board. How much is this going to cost? It's worth 10K, easily worth 10K. If you shop around, you'll find right now that the going price for getting a book written for you is around about 6K, just for the book. If you then factor in the websites that we're going to build you, the Amazon research that no one else can do, it isn't anywhere available anywhere. Nobody's cottoned on to this yet. I'm sure they will, but they haven't yet. It's easily worth 10K. I'm charging 8K for it. I'm charging 8,000 for this. And that can be done as one payment, or it can be split into 4 payments of 2,100. If it's split into payments, I'm taking the risk that you're going to pay the full amount. So there's a bit of a surcharge there to cover me. But feel free to shop around and try and price this together. First of all, no one else is doing this. No one else is offering you the same combination of things. But if you try and piece it together, I guarantee it'll be more than 10K, easily. Now, if you flip that, if you want to justify that, what could you make back? Well, if you're charging 3K for your flagship program, and you got, like I did, I got 3 sales in the first 2 weeks when I launched my program. So that was 9K in the first 3 weeks, as an example. My first year self-employed, I made, I meant to show you this. I meant to show you my earnings graph. I dug this out just to let you see it. From my accounts, I put together a PowerPoint slide of my earnings from day 1 to, I think, the first 10 years of the business. And if Zoom would share, yeah, there we go. That's my actual earnings graph. So that was May 1997, and it bumbles along, and then I add books to it, and all of a sudden it starts to go up. And then I added workshops to it, and all of a sudden it goes up. Then I offered NLP certifications to it, and then it got up again. So as you add each additional income stream, your overall income keeps on going up. And it averaged 30% growth per year. So it went up steadily, 30% per annum for 10 straight years, to give you an example. So there you go. What else have I got for you? What else is there to tell you? What else is there to tell you?
Quick question. Remember the kitchen nightmare example you gave? Was that the same company we did the SEO marketing for?
I'm not sure what you meant by kitchen nightmare. Was it you talking about the bathroom design company?
Oh, the bathroom design company, yeah.
Right. Ask me the question again.
Is that the same bathroom design company that we did the SEO marketing for?
I think it was. I can't.
I remember that vaguely.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Going back some, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is
unfortunate. That it was a great campaign for him.
Well, it was. I think it was the owner. Quite frankly, I think he was a bit of a scary bloke, and I think that put people off.
I love you.
So, you've got high ticket items, you've got low ticket items. What a lot of people will teach you is to launch a low ticket item and scale up the way. So sell someone something small first, then the next thing, and gradually work your way up the way. That, yes, is a valid strategy, but it's a slow way to get a good payday. Whereas if you go for high ticket or mid ticket, so you offer someone your £3,000 or $3,000 program, if they don't want that, if they want personal attention, they don't want to be part of a group, well, you've got your VIP option as an upsell. If the £3,000 is too rich for them, you can downsell to your monthly membership version, right? So you've got an upsell on the downside. You've got wiggle room. You're not going to lose that prospect. You can offer them different products based on different economic levels, right? You've got something for everybody. A lot of people who need your help can't afford your help, so get them in a free Facebook group, or give them your book, for example, or put them on a low monthly membership program. We're launching one right now with Marcia on help for parents of kids with special needs. It's not about the kids, it's about the parents. And the parents are burnt out and stressed out and freaking out. And it's all about their self-care. And we're about to launch a program from there. And it needs to be low price, simply because we know for a fact that the parents tend not to spend money on themselves. They want to spend money on the kids, which is understandable. But this is for them. So we're having to charge a low ticket membership initially, but we will have a high ticket and mid ticket on the back end of that. So just to give an example, it's all flexible stuff. We've got lots of success stories. I can share with you testimonials. I can send you to websites and stuff that I've got all the previous stories. Martin himself is a perfect example of that. He's been through the process. He knows how it works. Health professions, creatives, service providers, coaches, consultants, speakers, authors, all those kind of things. Hopefully we've shown you enough evidence to prove that I don't make this stuff up. It's almost planned, but it wasn't, that Mikey was able to show a whole range of my products. That was funny. I haven't seen one of those black folders for years. I think I've still got some in the garage.
It certainly wasn't planned, I can tell you.
It was not planned, absolutely not. But yeah, I mean, the CD sets, for example, good luck trying to find a CD player. So the CD sets I'm converting into online courses, and they're going to digitize them and create videos for them, because we've got the audios from the CDs, but we don't have any visuals, so we need to create videos for them. But they'll ultimately all get converted into online courses. Yeah, there you have it. So look at that. Look at that. He's got a whole collection. My biggest fan. Just don't stalk me. So any questions about any of that kind of stuff? Oh yeah, let me give you the link. I'm going to give you a link to a Google Doc, which has got all that information on it, all the stuff, explains all that through. If you want to talk to me about maybe doing that program with me next week, all it is a Zoom call. I'll give you my calendar link in this document, and you can literally get on a Zoom call with me. We'll have a chat about it, see if it's a good fit for you, or it might not be. It might not be. It's okay to say no. And we'll see if it is or if it isn't. Simple as that. But if it is, then hold on to your hats, because by this time next week, effectively, you would have something well underway and done by the end of the week. So yeah, that's what I've got for you. Let me share this link in the Zoom chat. While I'm getting that, does anybody have any final questions, comments, feedback?
Is there a set date for this, Jonathan?
It's going to be next Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Right, okay.
Opening it up to the public. I'll start marketing it tomorrow. But yeah, Wednesday the 5th through to Friday the 7th, and it'll run from 5 till 9 GMT each day. Let me get you the link.
Right.
It's also cheaper than doing it one-on-one with me over 90 days. I've deliberately underpriced it. So if you want to do it with me the normal way in the launch pilot program, it's going to cost more. So
right,
that's why it's that price. Let me put that in the chat. This is a Google Doc with all the stuff on it.
I don't think I can do that because my diary's already full for work.
Right.
Could we do a Zoom call and discuss it for when you might do it next, or whatever you might be doing?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to, we could, depending on my diary, we could arrange a time that suits both of us and do it one-on-one. The aim is to do it in 3 days.
I know that. Yeah, I just don't. I mean, there's a couple of things I would need to sort out, and my diary. My training's booked out a month in advance or something like that, and I can't get out of certain things and stuff. I need to book.
Sure, we could sort something out. I'm sure we could figure
Right.
something.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll Zoom call you and we'll discuss it because I've got the book done as well and stuff. So there's a few other things I've done as well, but we can discuss.
All right. Yeah. Let me know.
I'll have a think about it. Thank you.
Do so. Heather, anything you want to add? How is Heather, by the way, ladies and gents? Wasn't Heather kind of good at what she does?
Heather, it was wonderful.
I think
Kind of good at it sometimes. I
I've
have
never
moments.
seen anybody lay out the necessities behind an event as thoroughly and as step by step. That's how my brain works, is step by step. I like
Step by step.
give me a
I
map.
didn't understand there was that much detail you could put into an event.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
Jenny needs to go. See you later, Jenny. Yeah, fabulous.
thank you. Thanks for having me. I enjoyed it. Learned a lot to myself today. I hope that you'll invite me back. I'd love to be a part again in the future. And yeah, anybody has questions about events, come and talk to me. I'll welcome having a conversation.
Absolutely. If I get any inquiries, I will bounce them onto you. No problem at all.
Where can
Yeah.
I find you, Heather? Websites, Facebooks?
Yeah, let me drop my link tree in the chat, and then that has links to all that.
Perfect.
Thank you kindly.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Heather.
Thank you. And of course, it's going to be difficult.
I've got a lot of wonderful friends over in the States. Someone run something called the Visionary Network, a lady called Selera Green.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Dorothy X West, or now Dorothy West. But fantastic ladies, and I think I've got a kind of like twin resonance from you. It's like you remind me so much of them in terms of spirit and character.
Nice.
I'm
Well,
sure
there's
it'd
my
be
link tree.
wonderful
It has
to
all
connect
my.
you all.
Yeah, I would love it. Feel free to introduce us on whatever platforms they're on, or just shoot an email introducing us, whatever works for them. There's my link tree. It has my email, my website, all my social. I'm on all the platforms except for Twitter and or X, whatever it is, and Blue Sky or TikTok, whatever.
Yeah, whatever it's called this week. Yep.
The three main ones I'm on. So
Is TikTok back up again in the States?
yeah, it wasn't down for very long.
TikTok came back up after 12 hours and a server transfer over to the United States, and it's for the first time in its entire life, it had Meta adverts on it. So we believe Meta actually now owns TikTok, which TikTok was indeed previously known as LifeLog.
Is it not being made public? Who owns it now?
No, but I know there was some very public comments from Trump saying, "Oh, I was looking at buying it, but I wouldn't mind if Elon bought it, or we went in together." But a deal had been made, and a clear entire server transfer did take place. It takes about 12 hours, and once it was back up and running, the censorship was high on the American side. There were certain trending topics that they just could not see, such as "now the Americans are gone" was one, and Trump admits to rigging the election was another one, but they couldn't see that.
There's a great documentary. I think it's called The Social Conscience. I think it's called, which is all about how the algorithm works and why you see what you see on your feed. I think it's called The Social Conscience. It's worth watching.
I think they're getting sly with all the smart technology and stuff. It's amazing how fast they can gain information from you.
Yeah.
What is it? Surveillance, monitoring, and what does SMART stand for? Surveillance, monitoring,
reconnaissance,
recon technology.
Yeah,
reconnaissance.
Yeah. Technology, yeah.
Sounds lovely, doesn't it?
Big Brother's watching us. All right, thank you for a long day, but hey, I hope you found it useful. The whole aim of the game is you don't make the same mistakes that other people have made. We've already made the mistakes. Don't learn from that. Model what works. Only do what works. And yeah, if you can join me next week, you're more than welcome to do so. If you need to talk to me about other individuals, I'm more than happy to sit and negotiate and sort something out that will suit everybody. But it's a powerful program.
I'll message you and we'll have a chat soon.
Sounds like a plan. All right, I'm off to watch some. Oh, by the way, if you haven't watched a TV show called Severance, go and watch it. It's on Amazon Prime. I think it's also on Apple TV. It's about. Well, I'm not gonna tell you what it's about, but it's one of these programs you have to try and figure out what's actually going on. I've
got a 6-month free trial to Apple TV waiting for me on my TV.
There you have it. Go and check out Severance. If you've ever worked in a corporate environment in an office situation, you will love it.
Norwich Union.
Oh. The flashbacks. All right, I'm off to have a cup of tea. I will see you guys.
Thank you all. Take care.
Thanks so
Bye
much.
for now.
Thanks
Bye,
for that.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
I'll see you guys later. Bye bye.